Volume 4. Translation, editing and audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks, Chapter 155, A New Determination. Almost completed soon, I murmured to myself while looking at the ceiling in my room. It had been nearly half a year since I received the schedule for the construction of the dormitory to accommodate the incoming slaves. During that time, I had turned 7 years old, and Mel was now 5. The construction of the new mansion was still going to take a while, but the dormitory was almost ready to be occupied. It looked splendid, and I couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the people who would be moving in would surely be pleased. However, it's been quite busy lately. Indeed, it had been a hectic period for me. First, I had been busy collaborating with Sandra, Diana, Capella, Ellen, and others to create an educational curriculum for the people who would be coming as slaves. The incoming individuals were planned to receive education in various fields, including magic, martial arts, and general knowledge. It was like establishing an educational institution based on my knowledge from my previous life. In this world, there was almost no concept of providing education to commoners or slaves, mainly because education required substantial resources. Even if it was apparent that investing in education could lead to future benefits, the decision to do so was not often made. Although it might sound strange coming from me, I was impressed by my father's judgment in approving this endeavor. As I pondered over the recent events, something began to bother me. I took out a paper where I had previously written down the future policy to prevent exile and condemnation in Japanese and started reading it attentively. What I want to protect is no longer just myself. I want to build the power to protect everyone, I declared resolutely while looking at the paper. Previously, my intentions were solely focused on saving myself except for my mother's treatment, but now, it was different. I wanted to protect not only my mother's health but also father, Mel, and everyone who cared about me. If, by any chance, I were to face condemnation as my memories from my previous life warned, what would happen to Bardia? It might be somewhat acceptable if only I were condemned, but if Bardia were to face consequences due to my actions, I couldn't let that happen. But if something were to happen that leads to my condemnation, as the eldest son and lord, Bardia territory would inevitably face difficulties. Farah, my fiancé who will marry me, will also undoubtedly suffer. Moreover, aside from the joys of the future, there's something that concerns me. It's the fact that my mother is starting to recover. I voiced the concerns that have been on my mind. If her health continues to improve, it could mean a change in the course of fate. While saying this, I couldn't help but recall a trilogy of science fiction movies from my previous life where they had modified a car into a time machine. In one of the sequels, the antagonist misused the time machine. They handed their past self a book containing future information, erasing the originally destined future and creating a more favorable one for themselves. As a result, the antagonist gained tremendous power and wealth that they wouldn't have obtained in the original future. However, in the movie, the antagonist's actions were thwarted by the protagonists, and the future was set back on its original course. What I had done felt somewhat similar to what the antagonist in that movie did, regardless of the reasons behind it. By making efforts to save my mother, who should have died, she hadn't fully recovered yet but was likely to be saved. As a result, the future I knew from the game would surely change significantly. I wondered if there would be some unseen force trying to correct the altered future or if time would pass uneventfully. I didn't know yet, but I had no regrets. If the unseen force were to come after me in Bardia territory, I would do whatever it took to protect everyone. That was my responsibility, given that I had changed the future. While I wasn't an antagonist from a movie, I thought that from now on, I might need to aim to amass financial and influential power to fulfill this responsibility. I took a deep breath and solemnly declared, Bardia, I will protect it. I will change everyone's future. After saying this, I looked at the paper where I had written my previous goals and added a new one in Japanese. I will definitely protect Bardia. Section. As I added new words to my future plans to prevent exile and condemnation in Japanese, there was a knock on the door. I responded, and Diana's voice came through. Lord Rid, Lady Chris, and Lady Emma have arrived with an urgent matter. They are waiting in the reception room. How would you like to proceed? An urgent matter? I understand. I'll head to the reception room right away. I neatly put away the paper with my plans in Japanese and quickly left the room. With Diana by my side, I headed to the reception room where Chris and Emma were waiting. Upon reaching the door, I knocked and waited for Chris's response before entering. I immediately greeted them. Sorry for keeping you waiting. No, I apologize for this sudden visit. Chris bowed, and Emma, her attendant, who was a cat beastman with adorable cat ears and a tail, also lowered her head. Emma usually handled administrative tasks for Chris, so it was unusual for her to be here. I wondered what brought them here. I sat down on the sofa across from them, separated by a table, as we always did during our meetings. Diana, could you prepare some tea for the three of us? Of course. Diana acknowledged my request with a slight nod and began preparing the tea. Emma, however, looked apologetic as she addressed me. Lord Rid, please don't worry about my portion. I'll be fine. Don't worry, Emma. Besides, Diana's tea is delicious. I'd like you to try it if you haven't already. Thank you very much. Emma smiled happily and nodded in response to my words. Chris watched our interaction with a smile but soon cleared her throat and changed her expression. Lord Rid, I apologize for the sudden visit today. The matter concerns information we've received regarding the purchase of slaves through the Bast route, a topic we've previously discussed. I see. Actually, I have something I want to discuss regarding that matter as well. So it's good timing. Chris seemed more serious and nervous than usual. Emma, her attendant, also appeared somewhat uneasy. I couldn't help but wonder if there was trouble related to this issue. I looked puzzled when Diana brought us the tea. Lord Rid, everyone, I apologize for the wait. Thank you, Diana. With the tea prepared, Diana stepped back, ensuring she wouldn't interrupt our conversation. Taking a sip of the tea, I continued our earlier discussion. Oh, and what I wanted to convey is that preparations to receive the slaves are almost complete. The accommodations will be finished soon. I had requested information about the slaves from Chris about half a year ago, but the main issue had been the lack of a facility to house them. Finally, with the completion of the accommodations, we could move forward with the plan. Upon hearing my words, Chris and Emma exchanged glances, showing a hint of relief. Curious about their reaction, I furrowed my brows, prompting Chris to speak with a somewhat serious expression. Well, we've received information about a large-scale sale of beastkin slaves in Bast. If we miss this opportunity, it might be difficult to buy beastkin slaves for a while. That doesn't sound good at all. By large scale, how many are we talking about? A large-scale slave trade? It was not something I felt comfortable discussing, considering my own plans to purchase slaves. As I pondered this, I took another sip of the tea Diana had prepared. Chris slowly spoke, her expression growing solemn. We've heard it involves around 150 beastkin, combining all the tribes. 150. Cough cough. Shocked by Chris's words, I choked on the tea, spilling it on myself. Diana quickly approached, offering me a handkerchief. Lord Rid, are you all right? Yeah, thanks, Diana. I wiped my mouth and spilled tea with the handkerchief. Then, I turned my attention back to Chris and Emma, asking in disbelief. So, you mean to say that there are approximately 150 beastkin, considering all the tribes? Yes. Ever since you made the request about half a year ago, there has been a significant decline in beastkin slaves being sold in Bast. However, recently, there's been information about a large-scale sale of around 150 individuals. I believe there might have been some organized movements during this nearly 6-month period. Listening to Chris's explanation, I crossed my arms and went into deep thought, saying, accepting 150 individuals at once was quite challenging, given the initial plan of gradually taking in groups of a few dozen, which both my father and I had been considering. This sudden increase would be demanding. However, I also recognize the opportunity at hand. If we missed this chance, it might be a long time before we could buy beastkin slaves again. Plus, there was the issue of recouping the invested funds. The accommodation construction had incurred substantial costs. If it remained unoccupied despite being completed, it could lead to financial setbacks. The worst-case scenario was that it might affect my mother's treatment, which was also quite expensive. Taking a deep breath, I muttered slowly, "I see. I'll discuss this with my father, so could you please provide more details?" "Is that why you brought Emma along?" "Yes, exactly." As Chris replied to me, she signaled to Emma to begin explaining. Emma, after taking a deep breath, addressed me and started explaining about the Beastmen tribes. Chapter 156, The Beastmen Nation of Zubu and Slavery. "So, do you have any knowledge about the Beastmen Nation, Zubu?" Emma inquired. "Honestly, not much. I'd appreciate it if you could fill me in on the details," I replied. "Of course," Emma said, and with a slightly nervous expression, began explaining about the Beastmen Nation, Zubu. Zubu was a tribal nation made up of 11 different tribes, including cat, dog, fox, bird, cow, rabbit, bear, monkey, horse, tanuki, and rat tribes. Each tribe had its own tribal leader who governed their territory, and at the heart of each territory was a royal capital. However, only the representative of the tribe that had won the Beast King tournament, held every few years, could rule as the Beast King. The principle was the strong lead the nation, and Zubu was a place where the law of the jungle seemed to apply, based on rule through strength. So, essentially, they have a rule of strength where the Beast King can change through force every few years. "Doesn't that make the nation quite unstable?" I asked, concerned about the implications. In response to my question, Emma's expression clouded with disappointment. "Yes, as you say, Lord Rid. When a Beast King is determined solely through strength, there can be instances of oppressive rule. In such cases, we've heard that the various tribes cooperate to overthrow the Beast King. In fact, there have been Beast Kings in the past who met such fates." Emma's explanation made a shiver run down my spine. Selecting a Beast King based solely on physical strength didn't guarantee they would have the qualities required to govern a nation. If the chosen Beast King lacked the necessary leadership and governance skills, it could lead to rebellions, essentially turning the nation into a breeding ground for coups. I furrowed my brows in thought. In that case, depending on the circumstances, the individual tribes might hold more power and influence than the Beast King himself. Yes, in Zubu, the Beast King is considered the nation's representative, and they do have the authority to issue orders to the various tribes. However, the tribes aren't necessarily obligated to follow those orders. If a Beast King proves to be inept and relies solely on force, the tribes might not follow, leading to their eventual downfall, Emma explained further. To summarize her explanation, in the nation of Zubu, they select the most skilled individual in terms of combat abilities from the 11 tribes to be their representative, known as the Beast King. However, if this Beast King proves to be inept, they can be replaced through force. While the tribes generally understand this process and would likely not select someone wholly inept in the first place, there is still an element of competition and potential instability in the nation's leadership. Emma, maintaining her tense demeanor, continued her explanation regarding the Beast King. Nevertheless, each tribe strives to have their representative become the Beast King. As long as the orders from the Beast King do not lead to a tribe's decline or involve impossible demands, the tribes generally follow these instructions. The privileges obtained by the tribe with a Beast King are substantial, provided they do not make grave mistakes. So, in essence, if they can provide a capable leader as the Beast King, there are significant benefits, I confirmed, seeking Emma's agreement. Exactly, Emma nodded in agreement. That's why each tribe tends to favor and promote individuals with strength and talent. As a result, those born with physical weaknesses or who are not adept at combat often face difficult circumstances. Many of them end up as slaves, sent out of the Beastmen nation to foreign lands. Emma finished speaking and appeared somewhat pained. Beside her, Chris, who had been sitting quietly, sent a concerned glance her way before looking at me. Lord Rid, according to the information we received through our contacts in Bast, most of the slaves being sold this time are children around the age of 6 to 7. It appears that at least 10 individuals or more are coming from each of the beastmen tribes. I was taken aback by Chris's words. It was understandable how a large number could be amassed if each of the 11 tribes contributed 10 or more individuals. However, the fact that the majority of them were around 6 to 7 years old was troubling. It meant that most of them were children close to my age. Perplexed, I asked a question. I understand the reason behind the quantity, but why are there so many young children? There seems to be a reason behind it. Could you explain why? That's related to the issue of the beastman's survival of the fittest system I mentioned earlier. Emma, who had been looking down until now, raised her head in response to my question and proceeded to explain. In the beastman tribes, everyone seeks to produce a beast king, and those recognized as possessing strength and talent are highly regarded. However, conversely, individuals deemed to lack strength and talent face severe difficulties in their daily lives. Children born in such circumstances or those labeled as lacking strength often find it challenging to get by. As a result, they might end up as slaves as a way to reduce the burden on their tribes. Inside the beastman nation, there are situations where becoming a slave is the only viable option for those facing severe hardships. Emma concluded her explanation and muttered, I, too, was considered one of the lacking strength individuals, making it difficult for me to survive in that country. Chapter 157. The Beastman Nation of Zubu and Slavery 2. Wow! Even though you can do so much work with Chris, I was genuinely surprised to hear that Emma was regarded as someone with no strength. It was clear to anyone working alongside her, including me, that she was highly competent. Emma, with a somewhat puzzled expression at my words, eventually smiled shyly. Thank you, Lord Rid. However, in the Beastman Nation, having combat strength is a prerequisite, so the skills you praise are unfortunately not highly valued there. That's why I offered myself for sale when I met Chris Sama's father. Sal. Sold? I repeated, taken aback. She went on to explain her own story to me. Emma was born into the cat tribe of the beastmen, but neither of her parents possessed the recognized strength. She had siblings, and their life was extremely difficult, often faced with the choice of going hungry or leaving the country to become a slave. At that time, Chris's father visited their cat tribe's village for business. Emma seized the opportunity to promote herself and demonstrate her intelligence, which eventually earned her recognition. She had then sold herself to the saffron trading company. But if you were recognized, couldn't you have avoided selling yourself? Chris's father doesn't seem like the kind of person to make unreasonable demands. I wondered. No, I requested the sale myself. It was to ensure that my parents and siblings could live a slightly easier life, Emma replied. I see. Hearing Emma's story only reinforced the harsh realities of the Beastman Nation. She was talented, but her talents went unrecognized there. She had to sell her abilities to protect her family and ensure their survival. And that painted a grim picture of the place. I took a sip of the tea that Diana had prepared and then summarized my understanding of the situation. Phew. Thank you. I have a general understanding of the Beastman Nation now. In summary, the slaves being sold in Bast this time are likely children from various tribes of the Beastman Nation who were deemed lacking in strength. Is that correct? Chris nodded in agreement with my summary and began speaking with determination. Yes, I believe that's the correct understanding. Probably, both Bast and the people gathering children in the Beastman country don't expect a very high price for them. That's likely why they're withholding information to try to drive up the price. However, with a larger group, negotiating collectively should be smoother. I think we shouldn't miss this opportunity. Upon hearing her words, I crossed my arms, closed my eyes, and pondered the matter. The lodging facilities were originally designed for around 200 people. Both my father and I had plans to prepare for that number eventually. However, it was our understanding to accept groups of several dozen at a time, addressing issues as they arose and strengthening our system. Yet, I also understood Chris's words. We shouldn't miss this opportunity. After such a significant movement, it's highly likely that no more slave children will emerge from the beastmen country for a while. Chris mentioned that there had been no information about slaves for about 6 months, considering that it could be as early as 6 months from now, or even later, before information surfaces again. Considering Badia's future, we might have to take a gamble. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. Understood. I'll consult with my father about purchasing those slave children as a group. Really? Thank you so much. Chris and Emma wore delighted smiles upon hearing my words. They had been together since childhood, and they might have had some personal thoughts about this situation. With those thoughts in mind, I turned to Diana, who had been waiting. Diana, I'm sorry, but could you ask my father if he can make time for a meeting now? Of course. Diana acknowledged my request, nodded to everyone, and then left for the reception room. I turned back to Chris and Emma with a reassuring smile. I'll do my best to persuade my father to meet your wishes and respond to your hopes. Thank you so much. While Chris seemed relieved, she hesitated and asked me a question. If a discussion does happen later, would it be okay for us to wait here? That's fine, but if it turns into a discussion, it might take a while. Are you both okay with that? Yes. We both set aside time today, so we're fine. The two of them seemed intensely determined, their eyes burning with a fervor of some sort. I smiled, a bit surprised by their determination, and said, "All right, I'll let everyone in the mansion know. And don't worry, I'll also convey your wishes to my father." "Oh, thank you so much." Emma and Chris lowered their heads upon hearing my words. Surprised by their actions, I quickly told them to raise their heads. It seemed like both of them had strong feelings about this matter. Just then, Chris suddenly remembered something and mentioned, "Oh, by the way, when you were deep in thought with your eyes closed, you looked just like Lord Rainer." Huh? Did I look that serious? I was surprised by Chris's words and rubbed my temples with my hand, waiting for Diana to return to the reception room. By the way, it seemed that Chris and Emma were smiling as they observed my reactions. Chapter 158, Rid consults with Father. Lord Rid, Lord Rainer has some time available and requests your presence in his office. Understood. Thank you, Diana. Upon hearing Diana's words as she returned, I promptly stood up from the sofa. Looking at Emma and Chris, I smiled. Well then, I'll be on my way. I'll let everyone in the mansion know that you two will be waiting here, so don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Lord Rid, we apologize for imposing on you. Thank you very much. As they began to stand up, just like me, they bowed slightly, but I hurriedly stopped them. Don't worry about it so much. It's necessary for us as well. I'll be back once I'm done talking with my father. Yes, we'll be waiting. After finishing the conversation with Chris and Emma, I left the reception room. While heading towards my father's room, I informed Diana that the two of them would be waiting in the reception room until my father and I were done with our discussion. Understood. I will convey that to everyone. Great, thank you. Diana paused upon hearing my words, nodded in acknowledgement, and then continued in a different direction. She was likely going to inform the rest of the mansion's occupants and Garn about Chris and Emma waiting. Seeing her off, I hurried to my father's office alone. Chapter 159, Rid consults with Father. I arrived at the office door and was about to knock as usual when I heard voices from inside. I paused and listened for a moment. Who could that be? It's a familiar voice. Curious, I decided to knock on the door. After hearing my father's response, I entered the office to find two knights engaged in conversation with him. One was a knight who, although slightly shorter than Reuben's, had a similar sturdy physique and determined facial features. The other had a solid build, a bald head, not a ha, and an impressive beard. He exuded a tough, rough and tumble vibe. When the tough-looking knight saw me, he grinned widely and greeted me enthusiastically. "Oh, Lord Rid, it's been a while. How have you been?" "Captain Dinas?" "Are you back?" Captain Dinas, the leader of the Bardia Knights, was revealed to be the identity of the tough knight. He was often absent from the mansion due to his responsibilities, which included border defense, dungeon exploration, and other law enforcement duties in Bardia. However, He was said to be evenly matched with my father in swordsmanship and led the Bardia Knights with both his character and skills. Dinas observed me intently and then broke into a hearty smile. Your appearance has changed quite a bit from before. I've heard about the unconventional prodigy from Rubens. With Lord Rid around, Bardia is in safe hands. Dinas finished speaking and chuckled heartily. Gahaha. I looked at Dinas, a bit taken aback by his exuberance, but I met his smile with one of my own. Is that so? Thank you. But could you please drop the unconventional prodigy part? Is that so? I thought it was a good nickname. It's better than having no nickname at all. No matter what they call you, just hold your head high. Dinas responded to my words and once again erupted into a hearty laughter. Gahaha. I found myself slightly stunned by his boisterousness, but I smiled back at Dinas. Just like old times, Dinas. Indeed. By the way, I heard you've become quite the skilled swordsman. Before we could continue our conversation, another knight in the room, Cross, intervened. Captain, both Lord Rid and Lord Rayner seem a bit startled. Don't you think? Your laughter is, well, quite loud. Upon being admonished, Dinas stopped laughing abruptly. He looked at Cross and, with a stern expression, took a deep breath before letting out a sigh. Cross, you're as serious as ever. No, it's just that the captain can be a bit too exuberant at times. Cross, as he was called, had a noticeable height and build difference compared to Dinas, but he didn't hesitate to respond to Dinas directly. Seeing their interaction, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Foo-foo. Vice Captain Cross, you haven't changed a bit, have you? My apologies for the delayed greeting, Lord Rid. But, as you say, I sincerely hope that someone else takes over the captain's responsibilities soon. Today, I was actually discussing this with Lord Rayner. Cross spoke with a nonchalant tone, feigning amusement, and exchanged amused glances with Dinas. Cross served as the vice-captain of the Bardia Knights. He, like Dinas, was mostly active in the field, so he spent little time at the mansion. Their presence definitely brightened up the atmosphere in the office, although it also seemed to raise the room's temperature a few degrees. Watching our interactions, my father, who appeared somewhat tired, looked at Dinas and Cross. That's enough now. I understand the captain and vice-captain's reports and requests. Especially the request, let's consider it positively. Cross, responding to my father's words, lit up with excitement and sparkling eyes. Lord Rayner, my wife is expecting our second child soon. Please, I beg you to consider the request. I get it. Don't be so desperate. I said we'd consider it, didn't I? But for now, Rid and I have a meeting. I'm sorry, but could you both leave for now? Understood. We'll take our leave now. Let's go. Cross. After hearing my father's words, Dinas and Cross nodded, saluted us, and then left the office surprisingly politely and quietly. After their departure, the office fell silent, and the room's temperature returned to normal. It was as if a storm had passed. I smiled dryly and looked at my father. He. It's been a while since I've seen those two, but Captain Dinas and Vice Captain Cross are as lively as ever. Yes, both of them are capable and have excellent skills and character. But, my father's expression briefly relaxed, and he smiled in response to my wry smile. However, he quickly reverted to his usual strict demeanor and focused on me. So, you made time for an urgent matter, as Diana put it. What's going on? Actually, I received a report from Chris about purchasing slaves. That's why I requested urgent consultation. Upon hearing my words, my father's gaze sharpened. I see. Let's hear the details. Thank you. My father got up from his desk, gestured for me to sit on the sofa as usual, and took a seat on the other side of the desk. We faced each other across the desk, and I began to speak, straight to the point. Today, I received a report from Chris, and following her advice, I would like to proceed with purchasing slaves. I see. So, how many slaves are you planning to purchase? Around 10? At the mention of slave purchase, my father's brows twitched slightly, and his expression turned stern. While keeping my eyes on my father's changing expression, I calmly spoke. Around 150. What did you say? Unusually, My father looked puzzled for a moment. In response, I reiterated the number of slaves we intended to purchase. Well, it's around 150. By the way, they all belong to the same tribe, have more than 10 members each, and are promising children aged 6 to 7, just like me. I see. Tell me the details, we'll discuss it afterward. My father seemed to have grasped the fact that he didn't mishear my words, and he placed a hand on his forehead, lowered his head, lightly shook it from side to side, and then let out a sigh before speaking. I couldn't help but let out a dry laugh at his reaction. Ha ha, as expected. It's not a simple alright. I understand, is it? Of course not. The loud roar that followed was so different from the boisterous laughter Dinas had let out earlier that it almost felt endearing. It was a moment when I had managed to elicit such reaction from my father. Chapter 159. Rid consults with further two. Ahaha, that's true, isn't it? I was quite surprised when I heard this story from Chris. Well then, let me explain the details. With a wry smile, I began explaining the details I had heard from Chris. I covered the organized activities in Zubu where children were being gathered to be released as slaves, and the recent lifting of information restrictions. I also emphasized the potential disruption to our business plans if we missed this opportunity. The idea of purchasing around 150 individuals might seem like a lot, but there's a risk that our business plan will be disrupted. Plus, when we consider the future, I don't think we should miss this opportunity. Father, would you be willing to approve it? I see. I understand the details. However, buying all 150 individuals might draw too much attention. How about around 50 to 60 individuals? Having listened to my explanation, further wore a skeptical expression. The issue of drawing too much attention was indeed a concern I had in mind. As a premise, the empire we were in generally prohibited slavery. To address this, I devised a method to advance our business without violating imperial law. The plan involved having the Christie Trading Company purchase the slaves first. Then, we would lend money to those who had come as slaves, enabling them to buy back their freedom from Christie Trading Company. Following this procedure, they would transform from slaves into commoners, subjects, indebted to the Bardia family, providing us with a legitimate excuse to explain their presence. To ensure we were prepared for any contingencies, we planned to document the entire procedure meticulously. Additionally, Father had discreetly informed the Emperor of the situation, securing his special consent. However, the Emperor had emphasized that we should avoid drawing unnecessary attention from other noble houses. Considering all these factors, it was indeed likely that 150 slaves might attract too much attention. Nonetheless, I believed that we shouldn't miss this opportunity. Unity, and I looked earnestly at my father, who seemed skeptical. I understand the concerns you have, Father, but there's uncertainty about what might happen next time. Moreover, bringing in a partial group of slave children into Bardia could potentially raise suspicions in both Bast and Zubu about our actions. I still believe that we should take a decisive step here. After hearing my resolute words, Father closed his eyes in thought, crossed his arms, and remained silent for a moment. Then, with a stern expression, he slowly spoke. When you dine with the devil, use a long spoon. Is it? Very well, if you put it that way, I'll approve the purchase! Father. Thank you so much. The moment I heard Father's words, I couldn't contain my relief and broke into a bright smile. Father noticed my smile and softened his demeanor slightly, but his expression remained stern as he spoke with resolve. However, we'll need to have a discussion with Chris and the others on how to transport them. In that case, should I call Chris and the others who are waiting in a separate room? Is that so? In that case, summon Chris, and we can continue our discussion. I nodded in response to Father's words, stood up from the sofa, and headed outside to summon Chris and the others. There, Diana was waiting for me. Oh, Diana, please guide Chris and the others to the office for our meeting. They're in the waiting room. Understood. I'll guide them right away. Also, would you like tea for the number of people? Diana acknowledged my request with a nod and headed towards the reception room. Once I had made the request to her, I returned to the office and sat down in the same place as before, shifting my gaze to Father. I've just tasked Diana to bring Chris and the others. They should be here shortly. I see. Nevertheless, accepting 150 individuals all at once, you're going to be quite busy for a while. Further maintained his stern expression, but there was a hint of concern in his eyes. To dispel that concern, I looked at him with determination in my eyes. That's true. But the greater the challenge, the greater the reward, right? Besides, if this plan succeeds, Bardia territory should experience significant growth. I'll make sure we see it through. This business plan would initially involve testing it with the slave children, and after identifying and correcting any issues, we plan to have the children of the Bardia residents participate. While there was an option to involve the resident children from the beginning, we had chosen not to. There were various reasons for this decision, but the most significant one was that the children of the residents were vital labor in the territory. Describing children as labor might sound unkind, but in a world without electricity, all work was primarily done manually. From olive cultivation and wheat farming to taking care of livestock, all tasks relied heavily on manual labor. While there were tools and equipment to improve work efficiency, the driving force behind these activities was human labor. In a world like this, where manual labor was the norm, it was only natural that children would start helping their parents with work as they grew older. However, considering the current situation, taking away the working hours of the resident children, no matter how promising it might be for the future, could lead to discontent and potentially affect the overall management of the territory. That's why it's crucial to enable the children of slaves to use magic and make various tasks more efficient. By doing so, even if some of the subject's children slip through the cracks, it won't be a problem for managing the territory. In my mind, I eventually want to take this business plan all the way to what could be called mandatory education in the Bardia territory. By implementing policies that significantly improve the quality of all subjects, Bardia should be able to grow significantly in the future. Upon hearing my words, my father seemed slightly pleased but didn't lose the worried look in his eyes. He gently advised me, "That's the spirit. However, be cautious. No matter what you do, there will always be enemies. Living without enemies is impossible. In fact, the more virtuously you live, the more enemies you'll have. When you do encounter an enemy, be sure to consult with me or someone you can rely on." Understood? After finishing his words, my father, who usually had a strict and serious expression, looked into my eyes with a kind gaze. Feeling the warmth and kindness from my caring father, I replied, "Yes, understood. That's good. Just don't do anything reckless like you did in Renote." My father didn't say anything more. A silent moment passed between my father and me until Chris and the others arrived. However, at this moment, I had a question on my mind. Was my father referring to the magic I displayed during the formal trial? Or was it about the secret trip to the town with Farah and the others? I had many suspicions, but I guess it would be best not to ask right now, or I might get scolded. In the end, I kept my question to myself. Chapter 160, Who will go to Bast? I'm sorry for the wait. No need to apologize. Sorry for calling you two so suddenly. If it's all right with you, both of you can sit over here. I said this as I moved my seat next to father's, addressing Emma and Chris as they entered the office. At the same time, I gestured for them to sit facing us on the opposite side of the desk. When the two of them nervously took their seats on the sofa, father began to speak slowly. "Sorry to rush you, both of you, but I've already heard the details from Rid. This time, we're considering purchasing slaves, just as Chris proposed!" Lord Rayner, Lord Rid, thank you so much. In response to father's words, Chris and Emma initially showed surprise on their faces but quickly expressed their joy with smiles and a bow. Observing their reactions, I couldn't help but smile myself. In any case, it was great that we could proceed with Chris and Emma's proposal. Seeing that Chris and Emma had relaxed, father continued the conversation with a gentle tone. "I see. However, with around 150 people, we'll need quite a few carriages just for transportation. It wouldn't be wise to draw too much attention to it. Do you already have a plan for that?" As if she had anticipated father's question, Chris brightened up. "Yes, for this transportation, We plan to use carriages from the Christie Trading Company as well as carriages from the Saffron Trading Company. Even so, there might be a slight shortage, but we intend to have trustworthy adventurers arranged by the Adventurers Guild, so there shouldn't be any issues. After hearing Chris's words, I thought for a moment and then glanced at Father. Adventurers Guild, Father, in that case, what if we make some modifications to the Bardianite Order's carriages to make them less recognizable and have personnel provided by the Bardianite Order? It seems more reliable than relying on the Adventurers Guild. Father, upon hearing my suggestion, nodded slightly and replied, modifying the carriages a bit won't prevent anyone from recognizing them upon a closer look. Instead, it would be better to arrange for carriages through the Adventurers Guild and personnel from the Bardianite Order. Of course, we'll need to be discreet about their affiliation, even their attire. We would greatly appreciate that. Gathering reliable individuals for this operation is the most challenging part for us. Following this, the four of us, Father, Chris, Emma, and I, continued our discussion, planning the transportation method for the slave children purchased in Bast to be brought to Bardia. Section. Have we more or less finalized everything? Yes, I think we've got most of the details worked out for the transportation. More time had passed since we began our discussions than I had initially thought. Diana had been called in to serve tea a few times, and we took short breaks. One surprising aspect that came up during our discussions about the transportation was the request to set up a temporary clinic at the border point where we would enter Bardia territory from Bast. In this case, many of the children had only recently become slaves, so the likelihood was low, but there could be cases of illness or severe health issues. In preparation for such cases, Chris and Emma suggested that we should conduct inspections at the border point, and Father and I agreed to this proposal. Following various opinions and discussions, even though it was a rushed meeting, we had more or less sorted out various aspects, such as carriages, personnel, and logistics. Now, the next step was to proceed with the arrangements for purchasing the slaves. At that moment, something bothered me, and I looked at Chris with a puzzled expression and asked, "By the way, Chris, who will be negotiating for the slave purchase this time? Will we rely on the contact who provided us with information from Bast?" "Oh, about that. I intend to go there in person for this matter." "What? Seriously?" I was astonished by her words and couldn't help but raise my voice. Bast was a country where non-human races were allowed to be traded as slaves, and it seemed that elves, like Chris, were the most valuable. Chris, who was an elf, going there in person for a slave purchase seemed like sending a sheep into a lion's den. It was like carrying coals to Newcastle. No, it's not allowed. Even if you consider the number of slaves and the financial aspects, it's way too dangerous for an elf like you to go there in person. What if something happens in Bast? Lord Rid, I truly appreciate your concern. However, considering the number of slaves we plan to purchase and the financial aspects, it would be difficult to negotiate solely through our contact. We will definitely need someone with decision-making authority on site. Don't worry, I won't reveal that I'm an elf, and I have some proficiency in magic as a means of self-defense. Chris smiled calmly, seemingly untroubled by my concerns. She exuded an air of confidence, and it occurred to me that she might have been involved in similar transactions in the past. Despite her self-assured demeanor, I couldn't shake my worries. "In that case, how about I accompany you as the person with decision-making authority and also serve as your escort?" Father, who had been listening to our conversation, gave me an angry glare and shouted, "You fool! Do you have preparations for receiving the slaves? Besides, there's no way I'll allow you to go to Bast." "I understand your concern for Chris, but think before you speak." Father's angry outburst carried the weight of a knight's presence, and a hint of murderous intent, making it truly intimidating. Chris and Emma involuntarily displayed shocked expressions and shivered slightly. They were not accustomed to this level of intensity, which only made it scarier for them. Despite feeling a bit intimidated by the angry shout and Father's demeanor, I quickly came up with an alternative proposal. I apologize. It was a thoughtless statement. In that case, please allow me to prepare documents indicating that Chris and the others are affiliated with Bardia. Bast should be reluctant to interfere with individuals recognized as our associates. Additionally, I'd like to arrange a dedicated escort for Chris. That seems acceptable. So, who will be the dedicated escort? Father inquired, as if he were testing me. His expression was stern, and his sharp gaze pierced through me. Upon seeing Father's sharp demeanor, Chris and Emma looked at me with worried expressions. Having a dedicated escort for Chris, with some level of discretion on site, would allow for more flexible decision-making. The ideal candidate should have practical experience and negotiation skills, but were there any such suitable individuals in my circle? Capella and Rubens had practical experience, but they lacked negotiation skills. Someone like Zack from Reincarnated would be ideal. As I pondered, I had an epiphany about a certain person. I gazed confidently at Father. Taking everything into consideration, I believe Captain Dinas is the most suitable choice. When I mentioned Dinas's name, Father smirked. Chris and Emma seemed unfamiliar with the name and looked puzzled, asking, "Who?" Father's gaze toward me remained sharp but carried a hint of softness. I sensed that Father might be testing me. Chapter 161. Knight Commander and Christie Trading Company. Dinas, indeed, considering practicality, negotiations, protection, transportation, and overall capabilities, he seems suitable. However, what are your plans for handling the Knight Commander's duties during Dinas's absence? After Father finished speaking, he looked at me as if testing, so I took a deep breath before replying politely. Well, how about leaving Vice Commander Cross in charge of the territory and appointing him as the acting Knight Commander during Dinas's absence? We can assign someone else to accompany Commander Dinas separately, with the Vice Commander overseeing the territory. The commander can operate more freely on site. Of course, I'll assist with Vice Commander's tasks as much as possible. How does that sound? As the Knight Commander, Dinas usually roamed within the territory of Bardia. His responsibilities ranged from law enforcement to checking the security near the borders and even dungeon expeditions. Based on his experience, he was indeed a comprehensive choice. As Father suggested, the only remaining issue was who would handle things during Dinas's absence. On this matter, I believed that supporting Cross would be feasible. After hearing my words, Father nodded slightly. Very well, let's have Dinas go to Bast with Chris. Rid, you should prepare to receive them with Cross. Furthermore, instead of the Vice Commander, we'll have Rubens as the Knight Commander's assistant. Understand? I understand. However, are you appointing Rubens as the Knight Commander's assistant? I raised an eyebrow in response to Father's decision to assign Rubens. It was true that Rubens had experience traveling with Chris and Reincarnated, so in terms of coordination, he might be suitable. But was that all there was to it? Father noticed my puzzled expression and explained, I've been planning for Rubens to gain practical experience under Dinas for a while now. Cross will take over Rubens' duties, including combat training with you. Of course. Well, Dinas has a heavy workload, but it'll be a valuable experience for Rubens. Father finished speaking with a slightly amused smile. Was he planning to train Rubens under Commander Dinas? Perhaps Father intended for Rubens to eventually be promoted to Vice Commander. If so, it would be a great career advancement for him. I nodded to Father and sent a confirming glance, seeking to clarify my understanding. So, you mean that you plan to have Rubens gain practical experience under Commander Dinas and eventually promote him to Vice Commander? Yes, that's the general idea. It'll be a good opportunity for Rubens. Understood. I acknowledged Father's words with a nod. Certainly. Here's the revised text. Nevertheless, Rubens becoming the Vice Commander, considering his age, he must be quite the rising star within the Bardia Knights. Wouldn't you say? If he heard about it, he'd probably be thrilled. And Diana too. Just imagining their happy faces brought a smile to mine. At that moment, Chris, who had been silently listening to our conversation, timidly raised her hand. Lord Rayner, Lord Rid, I'm sorry, but I can't see the documents very well. So, if I understand correctly, Mr. Dinas and Mr. Rubens will be accompanying us as our escorts. I couldn't help but chuckle at Chris's words and directed my gaze towards her. Oh, sorry about that. You're right, that's the correct understanding. Commander Dinas is the Knight Commander of the Bardia Knights and is skilled at adapting to situations in the field. You can rest easy. The Knight Commander of the Bardia Knights will be our escort. Chris and Emma hadn't expected the Knight Commander to join as an escort, and their surprised expressions revealed their astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. Seeing their reactions, Further turned to them and calmly explained. This business plan was devised by Rid and Chris, but once you're involved, Bardia's reputation is at stake. So, this level of personnel is only natural. If you have any other concerns or needs, feel free to let us know. Yeah, I'll do whatever I can to help, so don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Understood. Thank you very much. Chris wore a surprised but slightly relieved expression as she looked at both father and me. Clearly, the prospect of going to Bast still made her uneasy. Having the Knight Commander of the Bardia Knights as an escort would hopefully provide her with some reassurance. At that moment, Emma, who had been observing our conversation, hesitantly asked, by the way, what kind of person is Commander Dinas? Her words made me think of Dinas, and while considering how to describe him, I replied with a thoughtful expression. To put it in one word, he's a tough guy. He's straightforward, but also very friendly, so you can trust him. Yes, Dinas should still be in the mansion. It was a sudden decision, but let's invite him for a meeting as well. Are you both okay with the timing? Yes, we have enough time. Chris and Emma nodded, and further stood up and instructed Garun, who had been waiting outside the room, to call for Dinas. Shortly after, as we waited in the room, we soon heard heavy footsteps approaching. And then, there was a knock on the door, and as father responded, the door swung open energetically. Lord Rainer, you called for me? Dinas entered the room and immediately raised his voice with gusto. Taken aback by the volume of his voice, all of us, including me, were momentarily stunned. Dinas then noticed Chris and Emma, bowed politely, and spoke. Forgive me, I didn't realize there were guests. If my voice startled you, I apologize. No, it's okay. With his bald head, beard, and muscular build, Dinas gave off a robust impression, but in reality, he was a polite and mischievous person. Chris and Emma were initially surprised, but they quickly understood his personality and smiled. Looking at the two of them, Dinas turned his gaze toward father and me and said with a playful tone, now then, I've been here just a moment ago. Did you call me back here just to introduce these beautiful ladies to me? Hee. They are indeed beautiful ladies. After my words, Chris and Emma blushed slightly, then turned their gaze toward me. Lord Rid, you're going too far with your jokes. Is that so? I don't think so. Well then, let me reintroduce you to Commander Dinas. These two are Chris and Emma from the Christie Trading Company, which I'm associated with. Ignoring Chris and Emma's protestations, I shifted my gaze to Dinas and introduced them. Upon hearing that they were related to the Christie Trading Company, Dinas showed a slightly surprised expression. Oh, I'm surprised to learn that both of you are from the Christie Trading Company. My wife is quite fond of your Christie moisturizer and Emma rinse. Your products have been a great help. Thank you very much. Perhaps Chris and Emma didn't expect to hear the names of moisturizer and rinse, but they wore slightly embarrassed expressions. While watching them, Dinas continued speaking. Oh, and there's also the yukata from Reincarnated, right? Bringing that to Bardia's territory is quite an interesting choice. Commander Dinas, may we proceed to the main topic? Seeing that the conversation was veering off in an odd direction, I purposely cleared my throat and interrupted Dinas. He shifted his gaze to me, tightened his expression, and with a more serious demeanor, said, right. My apologies. So, what brings you here? Well, you see, father and I, taking the lead, began to explain the future plans to Dinas in detail. During the explanation, Chris and Emma also participated, providing additional details and responding to Dinas's questions as we progressed. Dinas, during the explanation, displayed a calm demeanor, unlike the initial boisterousness and mischievousness, as he carefully considered the issues at hand. After we finished explaining, he exhaled and calmly stated, I understand the details. First, allow me to deploy several dozen selected knights in civilian attire. Then, all on-site decisions will be left to me. Would it be acceptable for the Christie Trading Company to temporarily operate under my command? In response to Dinah's words, Chris nodded quietly and replied, "Yes, understood." With a serious expression, Dinas continued to discuss the necessary actions on site, calmly summarizing what he believed was needed. It seemed that with Dinas joining the conversation, our initial plan had become more concrete. We continued our discussion for a while longer. Section. Thanks to Commander Dinas, I think we've managed to make things quite specific. Thank you, I said. Dinas, upon hearing my words, grinned. No need to thank me. I'm just doing my duty. More importantly, it's quite impressive what you're planning with the beast folk children. If there are any lively ones among them, the knights would love to have them. That won't work. I have some requests I want to make of them. With a smile on my face, I emphasized that recruiting them was out of the question. Dinas seemed to understand and shrugged his shoulders, wearing a wry smile. Indeed, I hoped that these newcomers would become part of Bardia, working alongside me to develop and protect it. And so, the gears that would significantly alter the fate of Bardia and me began to turn slowly but surely. Chapter 162. There is a fortress city that is said to be the capital of the territory ruled by the Fox tribe in the Beastmen country. The name of the city is Forna. It is said that the weapons made there by the talented craftsmen of the Foxmen are as good as or better than those of the dwarfs, and the city is famous both at home and abroad. In the center of the city, there stands a castle, though not as big as those in Magnolia and Renote. The castle is also the place of residence of the head of the Fox tribe, or royalty as it is called in other nations. However, the castle had an eerie atmosphere that was intimidating to those who saw it. A knock on the door of the office of the castle's lord, Gareth Grantk, and a soldier's voice could be heard. "Gareth, your son Ammon has asked to see you." "Might he?" Gareth stopped the paperwork he was working on, let out a sigh, and lightly shook his head as he replied to the soldier behind the door. "Oh, not again." "Let me through." "Yes, sir." Shortly after the soldier replied, the door was opened and a Foxman boy entered the office with vigor. He kept up his momentum and looked at Gareth as if to stare at him and said in a strong tone, "I told you that the country would not be well off if the children who support the country are lost to other countries." Hearing Ammon's words, Gareth looked at him with disgust. "Ammon, I told you before, your words lack specifics. They are just idealism. Besides, you're sorting out the scum and weak children who cannot even carry a future when you sell them. What's your gripe when the best and brightest are still in the country? How are you going to judge whether or not these children, who are no older than you are good or not?" "Please stop the slave sales now." Gareth looked troublesome as he finished listening to Ammon's words and exhaled. "HMPH, if you insist that much, you will talk to my brother, Elba." "Elba is in charge of this whole affair. I have only given him permission to do so. If you insist, you must persuade your brother." "Well, if you could, again, brother, do not you make your own decisions?" Ammon looked at Gareth with a resignation that made him look at him with pity. Gareth, Ammon's father, had been at the mercy of his brother Elba for some time. No matter what Ammon said to him, he never listened to him, and if he did, he would always say, "Talk to Elba." When Gareth noticed Ammon's eyes on him, he glared at him angrily. He said, "I made the decision to proceed because I heard Elba's story and thought it was valid. I will not allow you to say that I can't do anything. I apologize for my gaffe. Now, I will go and consult with my brother." Ammon turned to Gareth, bowed, and left the office as if he had finally given up. After leaving the office, Ammon sighed and turned his head down, bemoaning his own inability to do things. "Damn, brother again. If things keep going the way they are going, the tribe of Foxmen will not be able to keep standing in the near future." The tribe of Foxmen is as capable of making armaments as the dwarfs, and in the past, their technological prowess had allowed them to trade with other beastmen and other countries. However, after his brother Elba became more involved in politics, the taxation became more stringent and the lives of the people in the territory became difficult. Not only that, trade in arms was also limited, and they began to use their technical skills to build up their military forces in the country. The streets of Forna, the capital of the Fox tribe, are lovely, and the citizens do not appear to be in such a situation. However, in the small villages that dot the territory, the conditions are becoming more and more tragic. The children who are sold as slaves are all drawn from such wretched towns and villages. Eventually, this wave of slavery will gradually sweep into the capital city of Forna. Just as he was pondering this, he was approached by a man who said, "Oh, Ammon. Oh, Ammon. Are you thinking nonsense again? You'd better be careful or you'll lose all your hair." Ammon was startled by the sound of the voice, and he looked up to see the owner of the voice. "Sister Rafa. Are you also cognizant of the slave thing? Yes. There is no mistaking what my brother does. Besides, my brother is more realistic than your idealism. See you later." The woman called Rafa walked past Ammon and into Gareth's office. Ammon looked at her and muttered, "Without idealism, you can't move on or achieve anything useful." Ammon then walked quickly to the room where his brother Elba was. Chapter 163. When Ammon arrived in front of Ruba's room, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Brother, may I come in?" Ammon came in. Hearing the answer, Ammon made up his mind, opened the door and went inside. There was a person other than Elba sitting on the sofa across the desk from Ammon, and he and Elba were talking pleasantly about something. Ammon looked at the person. "I didn't expect to see you here too, Brother Melbus." Melbus heard Ammon's words. A dubious look appeared on his face, and he replied in dissatisfaction. "What is it about, Ammon? Is my presence here inconvenient for you? I can excuse you if you need me." "Melbus, don't bully Ammon so much. He is still a child. What's the matter with you today?" Elba finished his sentence with a glance at Melbus, and then shifted his gaze to Ammon. Ammon was relieved that Elba was in good mood, and he said slowly while calming down, "Brother, I would like you to stop sending your people to other countries as slaves." Hearing Ammon's words, Elba's expression turned grim. Then the atmosphere in the room became heavy and a sense of strain began to build up around the place. Elba glared at Ammon with slightly angry eyes. "Are you talking about that again? I'm sure you've talked to Further about it and he didn't take you up on it and told you to talk to me directly, didn't he?" "Well, that's..." Ammon faltered at the tension and the point being raised by Elba and couldn't get a word in properly. Elba saw this and looked at him in disgust. No matter how much he talks about his grandiose ideals, no one will follow him if he's going to be swept up in this kind of atmosphere. You know that, don't you? When Ammon listened to Elba's words, he turned his head down and shook his hands into fists in frustration. The reason for sending the children of the tribe of Fox people out of the country as slaves, the reason is because raising children takes a lot of money, time, effort, and meals. However, the current economic situation of the Foxmen is so harsh that the tribe is unable to provide enough support to help all the children in the poverty-stricken villages in their territory. Therefore, children who are forced into slavery are likely to die in the future if the current situation remains the same. Furthermore, even if the children are saved by putting money into them, it takes time to recover the funds, and not much productivity can be anticipated. Therefore, Elba's previous idea was that if they were sold as slaves before they died, the money would be used to fund the country and, if the children were lucky, they would live. Ammon looked into Elba's eyes as he tried his best to formulate his words. "But if things continue as they are now, we won't reach a drastic solution anytime soon. We should look at the territory not in the short term but in the long term, by investing funds in internal affairs instead of in military equipment. Brother, please eliminate the matter of slavery from our works." When Ammon finished, he remained in a bowed position toward Elba, waiting for him to speak. Elba slowly stood up and approached Ammon and put her hand on his head with a pawn and spoke softly to him. After all, you are still a child." "But, I'm getting sick and tired of your poor judgment," Elba said as if to spit, and at the same time, he snatched Ammon by the back of the head and knocked him straight to the floor. A dull thud echoed through the room as Ammon was knocked to the floor. He was in agony, not understanding why. "Oh, brother, what are you doing? If you won't listen to me, I'll have to make you understand with your body. The world of the beastmen tribe does not need ideals. The only thing you need is power. If you are gonna talk to me, show me your power. Elba said as if to throw up, and put more strength into his hand that was holding Ammon's face down to the floor. Melbus, who was watching the two of them, had a look of disgust on his face. Brother, don't take it too hard. If the floor gets dirty, it will be difficult to clean. Ammon frantically puts his hands on the floor from his prone position and tries to get up, but he is no match for Elba's strength at all. On the contrary, the sensation of being crushed gets more and more intense. When Ammon thought, no more, the power to push and crush him weakened. Ammon coughed as soon as he was freed from Elba's power to restrain him. Ha ha ha. After gazing with a satisfied expression at Ammon, who was lying ugly on the floor with a pained expression on his face, Elba grasped him by the hair and lifted him up to the level of his own face to whisper in his ear. Ask forgiveness, Ammon. Then I will forgive you for today. You have no need of ideals, only my orders. Now, pathetic and wretched, beg for forgiveness from me, beg for your life, and you will be forgiven for this day. Ammon felt tears rolling down his cheeks, not sure if it was pain or frustration. But he cannot die here and now. If he did not beg for his life, Elba would surely stomp him mercilessly. Ammon muttered, his voice trembling. Oh, please, brother, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Ha ha, you really beg for your life. I guess a man like you is literally a man with no more than a big mouth. Even though you are my little brother, you are a pitiful, shameful eyesore. As soon as Elba finished saying this, he threw Ammon hard against the wall. A dull thud echoes through the room again as Ammon is slammed against the wall. Ammon yelped in shock and pain. Oh! After throwing him, Elba sat down on the sofa after clearing the hair from his hand that was holding Ammon. Melbus, who was watching their exchange, gave Ammon a contemptuous look and spat at him. Totally idealistic. Before that you should develop the same level of strength as your brother. I forgive you for your rudeness today. And leave this room immediately, while I am still in a good mood. I'm sorry. With a look of agony on his face, Ammon stood up, left Elba's office, and rushed to his room. Ammon returned to his room, barely breathing, and rang the bell that lay beside his bed. A little later, a youthful steward came to his room. You wanted to see me, Master Ammon? Rick, I'm sorry, can you please give me an allowance? Rick looked doubtful at Ammon's words, but when he got close to him on the bed and saw his state, his blood turned to blood. This is terrible. Who did this to you? I'll take care of you right away, sir. Rick called in others from the mansion to treat Ammon's wounds. While he was being dressed, Ammon explained to Rick what had happened. He told Rick that he just fell down in the mansion so that the situation would not become serious, and he went to sleep. Chapter 164. Ha, he's the one who makes the best of a good drink and a bad meal. After Ammon left the room, Elba returned to the sofa he had just taken a seat on with a frustrated expression on his face, sat back down and leaned against the back of the sofa with vigor. Melbus, who had been watching the whole scene, quickly offered Elba a glass of wine. Brother, you're a very clever man after all, Melbus. If only Ammon were as smart as you, I'd love him. Elba took the offered glass and drank it down vigorously. Melbus was relieved to see that Elba was back in a good mood. However, he did not let it show. Later, while pouring Elba a glass and chatting with him, Melbus asked him openly, being cautious of his words, my brother, by the way, this is a little overlapping with what Ammon was saying, but honestly, the way we are running things now, in 3 to 4 years it is going to start affecting our lives here in Forna. It's about time for me to know what my brother's thoughts are. Melbus is largely in charge of running the country from his father, Gareth and Elba. However, it is Elba who sets the policy. Melbus may not have the power of Elba, but he is a skilled statesman and administrator. Elba recognizes this ability, and Melbus is practically his right-hand man. Elba nodded at Melbus's words and looked at him sharply. Well, but only if we can hold it for 4 years. Let the money go to the army as it is, to the limit. Don't worry about the weak dying. If you can hold out for 4 years, then what do you have in mind for when the Battle of the Beast Kings is held? Elba smirked with a glass in his hand. If I become the Beast King, I will be able to give orders to the various tribes, and the Fox people will be able to make further progress. But my true purpose is beyond that. Your true purpose? Melbus looked doubtful when he heard the words true purpose. The real purpose is to abolish the Beast King and reorganize the Beast Nation. Well, that's a very interesting story indeed. I would very much like to know what it is about. I'm sure we'll be fine. Melbus will have to continue to work for that. To Melbus, Elba began to explain the plan he had in mind. Elba told him that the beastmen are more physically capable than humans, elves, dwarves, and other races, and that they are superior to any other race. Then why have the beastmen not been able to dominate the continent? He continued that it is because they have not been able to utilize their abilities outside of Japan due to the ridiculous Beast King system. The Beastmen nation is not a united entity, because the tribes are all checking each other. Of course. My father knew all this. When I become the Beast King, I will ask all the tribes to pledge their loyalty to me, and if they disobey me, I will make them obey me even to the point of destroying the tribe. In that case, it is possible that all the tribes other than our own will become enemies. What are you going to do about it? Melbus' concern is valid. It is true that if all the tribes of the Beastmen could unite, they might be able to dominate the continent, but in reality, the Beastmen are very territorial, and there is no history of organized armies of Beastmen. The Beast King is also a system that was created in the midst of constant conflict among the tribes. If that system were to be abolished, the resistance of each tribe would have to be considerable. Your question is valid. However, for this reason, I have established connections with the tribes and other countries such as Basto and the Church through the slave trade. When I become the Beast King and start working to unify the Beast Nation, I have plans to link up with those countries. Yes. One of the reasons Elba started the slave trade was to deep diplomacy with other countries and tribes. Some countries ostensibly prohibit slaves, but every country has its own people with desires. By selling slaves directly to such people in other countries, mainly via Basto, the relationship is strengthened at the same time. As a result, Elba's name is already well known among some of the influential nobles in other countries, and he has become a figure to be looked upon. Furthermore, in the different tribes of the Beastmen, although the scale differs from each other, there are always a certain number of unsalvageable children as in the Foxman tribe. By converting these children into funds, Elba is able to increase the country's budget, even if only somewhat. If they were lucky, the children could be saved more than they were now, and through diplomacy, Elba told the influential people of each tribe about the benefits of slave trading. At first, there were strong opposition among the other tribes, but he eventually succeeded in winning them over by communicating the benefits of the slave trade through his achievements. In this way, Elba had established connections with other tribes and countries, and was steadily moving toward his goals of reorganization and unification of the Beastmen nations and continental domination. Melbus did not seem surprised by what he heard, and nodded as he looked at Elba. So you are saying that as soon as your brother decides to rise up, the surrounding countries will back him? That's not all. There are also those who agree with this plan and have already pledged their loyalty to me. If you include them, my army is probably the largest in the Beast Kingdom at this point. In the Beast Kingdom, where the idea is based on the concept of the weak and strong, there is no one who does not know Elba's name. He is considered to be the next king of beasts for sure. A being with overwhelming power that no one else can match. That is the existence of Elba. Because of this overwhelming power, Gareth, the father, Rafa, the eldest daughter, and Melbus, the second son, have absolute trust in Elba. In fact, Melbus had some idea of Elba's plans. However, since it was only a prediction, he took this opportunity to ask Elba for confirmation. And when Melbus actually heard Elba's plan, he was inwardly trembling with joy. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the Fox people to rule the continent. However, Melbus felt that Elba had the power to do so. Perhaps reading Melbus's inner thoughts, Elba looked at him with amused eyes. After I become the Beast King and unify the Beastmen nations in the true sense of the word, I will embark on continental domination. I will show the world the power of the Beastmen race. Doesn't the mere thought of it make your blood boil? Yes, I would be happy to accompany you then. Melbus bows to Elba after he finishes. Elba looked pleased with his words and actions, then he let out a fearless grin and laughed happily. Section This is. Are you okay, brother? When Ammon woke up in bed, he saw the face of a girl peeking at him worriedly. Ammon looked at the girl's face and saw a look of great relief on her face. Citri, I've worried you. It's all right now. I'm glad to hear that, but don't fall on the floor, okay? For a moment he didn't understand what she meant when she said, he fell on the stairs, but then he remembered that he had told Rick before he lost consciousness that he didn't want him to take it too seriously. I'll be careful next time I don't fall. Yup, just a promise, okay? Citri held out her hand to the sleeping Ammon, holding up her pinky finger. Citri wanted to make a promise. Ammon's body ached a little, but he too held his hand out while raising his pinky finger and intertwined it with Citri's pinky finger. Yeah. Promise. He. Don't break your promise. The first thing that Ammon did was to make a little joke about the fact that Ammon was a little bit too young to know what to do with his fingers. When Ammon answered, he heard Rafa's voice. Ammon, if you're awake, I'd like to talk to you for a minute, if that's all right. Okay. Come in. Ammon allowed Rafa to enter the room, and the door was opened and Rafa entered the room. When Rafa noticed that Citri was in the room, she first spoke to her. Oh, Citri's here too, she said. Yes. Citri looked at Rafa and replied, but after a look of trepidation, she shrugged and backed away. Rafa smiled amusedly at her words or actions. HMPH. You don't have to be so scared, I won't do nothing. But I'd like to talk to Ammon alone, so could you please leave the room? Okay. Rafa's words were answered by Citri, who looked down with disappointment and tried to leave the room. Please come again. Yes, Nisama. Citri replied to Ammon's call with a happy expression and left the room. After seeing her off, Rafa spoke to Ammon after a short pause. And, yet, Ammon is a fool. If you continue to incur your brother's anger, you will die young? That may be so. Ammon takes in Rafa's words and smiles an indescribably self-deprecating smile. Rafa looked at Ammon's face and asked curiously, I've been wondering for a while now, what is it that you want to do to stop your brother? What is your vision of the ideal world? What do I intend to do? Hearing Rafa's words, Ammon looked dubious, surprised at the unexpected words. Until now, Ammon's ideal had not been conveyed to anyone in his family, nor had they listened to him. Of course, Rafa was among them. Why would she want to ask now? Rafa, seeing Ammon's dubious expression, smiled pleasantly. He said, Don't be so alarmed. It's just a quirk. I'm just curious about you, who could be killed by your brother and yet you continue to incur his anger. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Ammon listens to his sister Rafa's words and tries to find out what she really means by listening to her expression, but he is not sure. To begin with, Rafa herself is a woman who is not sure what she is thinking. Gareth, Ammon's father, and Melbus, his second son, trust Elba, his eldest son. There is no doubt that Rafa also trusts Elba, but she seems to be somewhat distant from him. But he is not sure why. Maybe it is her, Rafa's, purpose to make him think so. Shortly thereafter, it was Ammon who spoke up. Well, since it's an important event, I'd like you to hear it from my sister. If it's not interesting, I'll leave the room halfway down the hall, okay? Ammon chuckled involuntarily at Rafa's words and started to explain to her what he was thinking. Ammon was focusing on the high production skills of the Fox people, and he was thinking of selling their technical skills to other tribes and countries in order to help the Fox people develop. The skills of the Foxmen are said to be superior to those of the dwarves, if not better. They ideally wanted to earn a lasting income by taking advantage of their technological capabilities to receive orders for, manufacture, and sell products needed by other countries and tribes. If the Fox people get together and gather their skills, they will be able to mass-produce goods of a quality that other tribes and other countries will want, he said. And as a tribe, we can also build up our assets. And we don't even have to do the slave trade. After listening to Ammon's talk, Rafa gave a bored look and then had a disappointed look on his face. I knew your talk was boring, May I ask you a question? What is? Ammon looked miffed and dissatisfied when Rafa clearly told him that he was boring. But when she saw his face, she smiled happily. Hypothetically speaking, when we let the world know about the Fox people's technological prowess, will other countries and other tribes leave us, the Fox people, alone? Ammon was at a loss for words. The fact that they have high production skills is directly related to the fact that they can make high-quality weapons. The fact that beastmen, who are regarded as having high physical ability, have a lineup of quality weapons would be perceived as a threat to the neighboring countries of the Fox people. What could happen then? It is not that he did not think about it, but it was something he did not want to think about. Ammon thought about it for a few moments, and then said slowly, if other nations are going to attack us, we have no choice but to ask my brothers and sisters to help us fight. Rafa heard Ammon's words and raised his eyebrows. Ammon, you are naive in that way. You reject your brother's ways, but when push comes to shove, you say you will turn to him. If you are going to follow a different path than your brother, be willing to part ways with him, and don't even think of depending on him. Then your ideals might become a little more attractive. Ammon had nothing to say back to Rafa's point. Certainly, the idea of denying Elba's idea and then depending on him when the time came would be considered as naive. Ammon was made aware of his own naivete by Rafa's words and looked down and regretful. Rafa grabbed Ammon's chin and forced him to look up and smiled with satisfaction at his expression. Haha, the whole conversation was boring, but the expression on your face right now is amusing. See you later, Ammon. When Rafa finished, he turned on his heel and walked straight out of the room. Ammon had nothing to say back to her and could only stare regretfully at her back. Rafa left Ammon's room and leaned his back lazily against the door of the room he came out of. He then looked out the window in front of him and muttered something boring. You seem to have the talent and the potential, but Ammon is not good enough. Is there anyone out there who could entertain me better than my brother? About a month after this, the slave trade initiated by Elba was carried out in Basto, and no one could have predicted that the outcome would have a major impact on the future of the tribe of Foxmen. Chapter 165. Mel stared at the two playing cards I was holding with a pretty face and was very worried about which one to pick. Today, Mel and I came to my mother's room to play cards. Of course, Mother was with us, since we began to administer a new medicine based on the herbs brought back from Reincarnated. Mom's health has been improving gradually. Although she still cannot be too careful, she has started to enjoy simple games with the rest of the family, even if only a bit at a time. At first, I used to read picture books to Mel beside my mother, but recently, Mel's favorite activity is playing cards with the family. Incidentally, the game we are playing now is Baba Dukashi, in which it is a one-on-one match between Mel and me. At that moment, my mother, who was watching Mel and I playing cards, said to Mel with a smile, "Mel, try your best to get the final one." "I've decided, I'll take this one." Mel reached out to take the card, but my card was Baba. Cookie in kitten form beside Mel noticed this and looked at her with an indescribable expression on her face. Mel noticed Cookie's look and quickly changed the card she was about to take from me. "I knew it. I'll take this one." Oh, after Mel took my card, the card left in my hand was Baba. In other words, I lost. Mel's eyes shone happily and she smiled a big smile. "I got it. Mel is getting stronger and stronger." Mel who is happy is so cute. But, isn't it a little unfair now? Thinking this, I slowly gave Cookie a reproachful look, but when he noticed my gaze, he quickly turned his head away. Mother, who was observing our interaction, smiled happily and looked at Mel tenderly. "Mel is getting better and better at this, isn't she? I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you feel the same way about Cookie, but please bear with it and watch over her at times, okay?" At first, Mother directed her gaze at Mel, but halfway through, she shifted her gaze to Cookie and gently admonished her. Mel looked a little panicked at those words, and Cookie looked a little batty. What is it?" "Goo." Recently, Cookie and Biscuit have been getting along very well with Mel, even better than ever before. They always accompany Mel wherever she goes. However, Sometimes they get in trouble with me and my father for their excessive playfulness. At that time, Mel clears her throat as if to cover her mistake. Let's play Babadook one more time with the four of us. Yes, let's play one more time. I nodded at Mel's words and began to put the cards together. By the way, the people playing cards are me, Mel, my mother, and a girl who looks a lot like Mel but has a different hairstyle. Mother looked at the girl who looked like Mel. By the way, I am always amazed at how much Biscuit looks like Mel when she is transformed. Biscuit responded to Mother's voice with a cute, happy smile. Biscuit has transformed into Mel before, and at that time, Further told him not to do the transformation thing anymore. However, Mel and the others seemed to think it was okay if no one could see it in room, so they played with Biscuit's transformation. It seems that Biscuit also enjoys playing with Mel more when he is transformed. I first learned that Mel and Biscuit were using transformation when I went to the room to ask her to show me something. I was surprised to see two Mels when I entered Mel's room, but I knew immediately that it was Biscuit and warned her about it, referring to what my father had told me before. But Mel enjoys having Biscuit transform and play with her, so she wants me, my father, and my mother to allow Biscuit to transform when they are alone in the room. That is why she asked me for help in telling further about. Mel showed me the types of transformations that Biscuit could make, saying that she would show me how amazing Biscuit's transformations were. The kinds of transformations that Biscuit could transform into included Mel, Mother, Diana, Chris, Danny, and almost all of the other female members of the Bardia family who frequent the Bardia mansion. But as for the men, Biscuit didn't seem to want to transform, so he wasn't included in the types of transformation. Mel and Biscuit at that time were very happy and said, "Isn't it great?" I was so pleased that I didn't know how to tell further about this incident. Needless to say, I was preoccupied with what to tell my father about this event. "Did you tell or show this to anyone?" Mel looked embarrassed and muttered, "I showed it only to my mother." I heard that Mother was very impressed and pleased with Biscuit's transformation ability, but at the same time, Mel was gently scolded for telling Father through me. It seems that Mother was not only impressed by the ability to transform, but also sensed the danger. At that time, I wondered casually what Biscuit had shown Mother when he transformed into. I asked Mel and Biscuit. Mel replied that the form she had shown was a cute maid girl that Biscuit had come up with on her own. So Biscuit can create her own unique appearance? I was so impressed that I asked Biscuit to show me his original form and transformed into a cute maid girl. However, I was worried that Biscuit looked uncomfortable with the transformation. The maid girl that Biscuit transformed into is certainly cute. Yes, she was definitely cute, but for some reason I recognized her appearance. And when I realized why I had seen her, Mel told me the name of the maid girl that Biscuit had transformed into from the side, as if she had been waiting for me. The name of the maid girl that Biscuit transformed into was Tia. Needless to say, my face turned pale. I asked Mel why the name Tia. Cookie, who had transformed into Tia, brought out a picture book, pointed to the letters, and politely told me, "I see, Biscuit and Cookie can also learn to read." I was stunned by the fact that Tia, the black history or the ghost of my memory, existed in front of me. To begin with, didn't the Cookie never transform into a guy? Incidentally, at that time, Biscuit was still in his Tia form, and when he saw my face, he made a cute but somewhat mocking gesture, saying "Tahero." After that, I went to see my father with Mel and Biscuit and others, and explained to him what had happened. However, after being surrounded by Mel and Biscuit, who had transformed into Mel, and pleading with him, he dropped the matter surprisingly quickly. I have felt before, but I think Father is too lenient with Mel. However, as expected of him, he strongly told Mel to keep the transformation a secret between us and the rest of the family and not to tell anyone. Mel also promised me and my father that she would never tell anyone. As I was mixing the cards with a wry smile, remembering how hard it had been for me with the cookies, Mel called out to me, "How long are you going to keep stirring them? I think it's time, don't you?" "What? Oh, I see. It seemed that I had been thinking too much. and I had been mixing the cards for a long time. After that, we dealt cards to everyone and played Bubba again, and I noticed that it had become a one-on-one battle between Mel and me again. I was looking at Mel with moist eyes, as if she didn't want to lose. I won't lose, I had just done that. So I took the card. The actual "I'm not a fan of the way you do it," he said. "But I'm not a fan of the way you do it. The first one is Bubba, the second one is Bubba, the third one is Bubba, and the fourth one is Bubba. One is Bubba and one is probably the same card as Mel's, so pick whichever you like." "I'll take the card Mel didn't pick." "Okay, I'll take this one." Mel put her hand on the card on her right-hand side. I put my hand on the remaining card and said to Mel, Okay, let's open it together." "Yeah." I made sure Mel nodded, and I smiled and said aloud, turning the card over, "Okay, let's go." After a moment of silence, the winner's shout of joy echoed through the room. "I won again." "Oh, you lost again." I looked down at the Bubba card that I had turned up. I'm not going to be disappointed if I lost a lot of games in a row. Just when I was thinking that, there was a knock on door and I heard Garn, the butler's voice. Mother replied, and Garn opened the door, walked into the room, bailed us out, and then looked at me. "Master Id, Master Cross is here to see you in the training grounds." "I understand. Tell him I'll be right there." "Yes, sir." Garan heard my reply and left Mother's room. I gathered up the playing cards I had been playing with and handed them to Mel. "Mel, that's all for today. But I won't lose next time." "I won't lose either." "Thank you, Mel." I stood up from the seat I was sitting in and bowed to my mother with a bow. "Rid, please be careful not to hurt yourself." Whenever I went to practice martial arts or magic, my mother always had a hint of worry in her eyes. So, to reassure her, I said firmly, "Yes, I understand." "Yes, I understand. I will go now, Mother." I smiled at her and the melon left her room and headed for the training grounds. Chapter 166. When I moved from my mother's room to the training ground, I found Capella and Diana waiting there together with Cross and Rubens, and I called out to them all. "Hey everyone. Thanks for waiting." "Oh, by the way, is this Capella's first time to meet Cross, the vice commander?" "I've only heard his name from Garn, but this is the first time we've met in person, so I just introduced myself and greeted him." Capella nodded politely in reply to my words and then shifted his gaze to Cross. Cross, who noticed Capella's gaze, smiled and gave off a cheerful vibe, nodded his head, and then muttered, "This is the first time for me to meet Capella like this. However, I have heard that he is a squire of Master Rid and that he is as skilled in martial arts as Rubens, and that he is also good at his job." In truth, I was personally looking forward to meeting him face to face like this. When Cross finishes, he smiles and turns his gaze to Capella. Capella notices this and bows to him with an unmoved expression, but with a slightly pleased air about him. It seems that by the time I arrived, the two had become somewhat familiar with each other. Rubens, who was watching this exchange from the side, also nodded his head in agreement with Cross's words and then murmured, "Vice Commander Cross is right. Above all, that butler Mr. Garn has given his assurance that I am good at my job. As someone who is not very good at office work, I envy him." Diana, who heard Rubens' words, frowned with a grim expression on her face and let out a sigh as she stared at him with cold eyes. "Ha, Rubens, you're not good at paperwork. You throw it at me so you don't get good enough at it, okay? There will be things to do in the future, so from now on, you'll have to do it by yourself." "What? No, that's..." Hearing Diana's words, Rubens looks agitated that his statement has been bushwhacked. Cross, who was watching the exchange, looked at Rubens with a bit of a nasty face. "Rubens, I'm not impressed that Diana, even though she's your wife, makes you do all the clerical work. You're expected to do it, so you've got to be able to do it right, even if you're not very good at it." "I'm sorry, but that Diana is not my wife yet." Rubens replies, dreading Cross's words. "What, you guys aren't married yet?" "Marriage is good. You come home after a hard day's work and your beloved wife welcomes you and heals you. And if you have kids, you'll be even better off. Come to my house next time. I'll show you my little girl." Something like a cross brag, or rather a family boast, started up at Rubens was listening with a tense look on his face as he gave his usual good humor. At that time, Diana coughed. "Cross Vice Commander, please stop with the pranks and family bragging. The good part is just getting started. And as for marriage, Diana would be interested in that, wouldn't she?" With a slightly disappointed look on his face, Cross replied to Diana, but as soon as she heard Cross's words, her eyes turned surly and cold. Voce Commander Cross, come on." "Oh, sorry." Diana's swordplay seemed to make even Cross look nervous. "I was laughing in a dry voice as I watched them all. The reason everyone is here this time is because Rubens and Cross are taking over. The other day, after a discussion with Father, it was decided that Rubens would be promoted to Vice Commander and would be under the direct supervision of Knight Commander Dinas. Considering the future of the Knights of Bardia, this is a very natural move, and I think it is a good thing for Rubens' future. It's none of my business, but if he become Deputy Commander, his income will increase, and it may also become an opportunity for him to move on to the next level in his relationship with Dinah. But then there would be no one left to instruct me in martial arts, so instead of Rubens, the Vice Commander, Cross, has taken the place of Rubens. Cross has been following Knight Commander Dinas around the territory, so he knows a lot about geography and has a lot of hands-on knowledge. This time, when Chris went to Bardia to purchase slaves, Dinas, the leader of the knighthood, was to accompany her to transport the purchased slaves and escort her. At that time, Vice Commander Cross will be in charge of the Knight's activities in the Bardia territory. Later, Cross also applied to his father for a temporary assignment in the territory. The reason for the application is that his wife is expecting their second child and he wants to be there for her. It is said that Cross is famous among the knights for his loving wife, and I heard that the reason for this application is also a topic of conversation among the knights, as it seems to be the vice commanders. Incidentally, it is said that the vice commanders taking the initiative in taking actions for his family has a positive effect on the knights in the order, as it makes it easier for them to discuss their vacation plans. The Knight Order has a system and structure in place to allow knights to take vacations if they request it in advance. It is not possible in case of emergencies, though. After that, I began to explain to Cross about my current training in martial arts. The martial arts training I am currently doing can be broadly divided into 5 categories. The first is training with Rubens. I learn basic physical strength, the swordsmanship and physical techniques of the Knights of Bardia, and also engage in simulated battles with Rubens. The second is Reincarnated-style martial arts training with Capella. The Reincarnated style of martial arts is a martial arts style that gives priority to the vital points of the enemy, and it is a style in which the opponent can be subdued with a single blow and single kill. For this reason, the movements are more irregular than those of the Knights of Bardia, as it is necessary to be lighter in body movement, naturally. There is also a mock battle with Capella. The third is the dark arts, which I learn from Diana. This is training to be able to use any object in addition to swordsmanship and body art as a tool to be able to kill, injure, and defend oneself against opponents. Diana is not happy to, but rather, the content is to learn various things such as how to use the dark weapons that she brings as teaching materials and how to deal with them, and to engage in mock battles with Diana. The fourth is a comprehensive training program of the above 3, as well as a many-on-one training session, in which I alone will be able to fight Rubens, Capella, and Diana. In some cases, I would take them on in turn, and in other cases, I would take them all on at the same time. They all take it easy on me to a point, though I feel that the intensity of the training is growing more intense by the day. The fifth is the serious fighting, in which Father gives me direct instruction. He is busy these days, so he only takes me out when he can, but he still finds time to teach me. But I can't help but feel that the intensity and sharpness of his instruction is increasing day by day. My current martial arts training is generally like this. I feel that I am getting stronger than before because I am doing martial arts training more often. However, I honestly do not know what I am doing because I always have a certain opponent. As Cross listened to me explain, he became paler and paler, and finally, Cross turned pale. What happened? Cross, with his face still pale, gave Rubens and the others an uneasy look, as if he couldn't believe it. The others who noticed this were in a subtle mood, smiling or pretending to be unaware of it. When Cross saw how everyone was looking at him, he put his hand on his forehead and turned his head down. I was not sure what Cross was trying to do, so I looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Cross, is there something on your mind?" Cross looked up when he heard my words. Then he looked at me with surprised eyes and muttered, "Are you trying to be the most powerful in the Empire's history, master it?" At this time, I was surprised at the unexpected words of Cross, which made me look at him with a shocked expression on my face. Chapter 167. I've heard about it, but it's an amazing training course. I am afraid for your future, Master Id, that you have been training like this for so long. Is that so? I'm not interested in being the strongest in the Empire's history, but I do enjoy martial arts training. Cross was pale at first when he heard about my recent trainings, but now he is nodding his head in amazement. The slightly silly atmosphere that he had just shown when talking with Rubens and the others had vanished, and he was now a little more collected. I guess he seems to be good at making things snappy. Cross pondered for a moment, then called out to Rubens. "Rubens, I have a question about Master Rid's martial arts training. Come over here." "Yes, sir." After confirming Rubens' reply, Cross turned his attention back to me. "I'm going to talk to Rubens now, if you'll excuse me for a moment." "I'll be right back." Cross moved a little further away from me with Rubens in tow, and it seems that the two of them started talking about something. What are they talking about? As I was thinking that, I heard Capella's voice coming from behind me. I felt that the Vice Commander Cross has a very different atmosphere from Rubens and Diana, and he seems to be very experienced in real battles. Is that so? I don't know much about it from what I've seen, but if Capella says so, then I suppose it's true. Capella is a dark elf who used to be a member of the Renote's dark side. Naturally, he must have experienced many battles and training sessions with opponents. The fact that Capella is used to it when he sees Cross must mean that he has had quite a bit of real battle experience. At that moment, Diana entered into the conversation as if to supplement Capella's words. "I heard that Vice Commander Cross was a famous adventurer before he joined the Knights of Bardia. As I recall, he decided to join the Knights in order to marry his current wife and seek a more stable life." "I see." "I didn't know that Vice Commander Cross was a former adventurer. But it is not a dream come true for a famous adventurer to join the Knights of Valdivia in search of stability, is it?" I spoke frankly about what I was thinking in response to Diana's words. "I have the impression that adventurers pursue dreams and romance, but it is a little sad that even after gaining achievements as an adventurer, one can only settle down in a place of stability." But Diana looked at me with a stunned expression, and then added a few words of her own. "I don't know what kind of impression you have of adventurers, Master Rid, but even adventurers are no match for age, and if you get hurt, that's the end of it." The word adventure has a good ring to it, but if you are not always adventuring, you will never earn any money. Besides, the reason why you have a good track record as an adventurer is usually because it gives you an advantage in getting a job with a mercenary group, a knighthood, or as a nobleman's guard. I don't think anyone would want to work as an adventurer for the rest of their life. "Oh, adventurers are more difficult in the world than I thought. Does Diana dislike adventurers?" I have a feeling she has a pretty bad impression of adventurers. However, Diana still seems to have not said everything she wants to say, so she continues talking. When I was a child, Rubens once told me he was going to become an adventurer and I stopped him as best I could. My parents wouldn't allow me to marry an adventurer." "I know. I'm sure Diana had a tough time of it, too." I decided to let Diana's words slide by lightly, but I wondered if she knew what she was saying. I felt that what she just said was self-defeating. I was thinking that. But then Capella poked me on the shoulder. "I see. Since Rubens was a child, Diana has been aware of marriage." "I see." "What?" "Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way." Meanwhile, Cross and Rubens seemed to have finished their talk, and they came back here looking pleased. "I am sorry, Master Rid. My talk with Rubens took a little longer than I expected. Don't worry about it. It's all right. By the way, may I ask what you were talking about? Cross and Rubens heard my words. They looked at each other and smiled, then Cross nodded and then muttered. Yes. In fact, I was asking Rubens about Master Rid's ability. I thought it might be difficult for him to say anything in front of you, so with all due respect, I spoke to him at a little distance away from you. I see. By the way, what do you think of my ability from the point of view of Rubens? I'd like to ask him. I have never really asked people about my abilities. I asked Rubens with a twinkle in my eye. Curious. He thought about it for a moment and smiled. Yes, that's right. I think there are probably very few people in your age group who can match Rid's, but the world is a big place, so don't be too proud. Besides, you can't beat me yet, but if you keep training like you are now, you might be able to beat me someday. I'm happy to hear that, but shouldn't you just be honest there and say, you can beat me in the future? I felt a little stuck in Rubens' words and muttered with my mouth agape. He smiled as he looked at me. I want Master Rid to become stronger until you is able to defeat me. Of course, I will become stronger than I am now, so I won't let you defeat me so easily. Rubens looks a little mean as he finishes. Apparently, he still has no intention of giving me the victory. I let out a sigh of resignation and dismay. I understand. But I'm going to get stronger, and I'm definitely going to beat Rubens eventually, okay? I'm looking forward to that time. Rubens and I looked at each other, and we both broke into a smile. At that time, the noise of Cross, who was watching our interactions, clapping his hands with a pan echoed around the area. I understand how you both feel, Master Rid and Rubens, but I think that's enough talk for now. Next, I will explain to you about your future martial arts training. I understand. But does that mean you are going to change the training? Cross nodded at my question and then smiled. I will be taking over the training that Rubens and I have been doing together as planned, but in that case, we will be doing more hands-on martial arts training, including magic along with martial arts. More practical training that includes magic. I had a bad feeling about Cross's reply and tilted my head with a tightening of my face. Chapter 168. It's not that difficult. From what I have heard, your martial arts skills are quite good. In the future, I think it will be necessary to mix not only physical enhancement but also attack magic and magic barriers within the martial arts. In actual combat, there are many situations where not only martial arts but also magic are important. I understand what you're saying, but I've never heard of this barrier wall before, and I can't use it. Can I? I don't know anything about barrier magic. I've never heard of it from Sandra, but if Cross knows about it, is it a magic that is commonplace in the Knights and other organizations? I'd really like to find out what kind of magic it is. When Cross noticed how interested I was in the magic barrier magic, he looked down a little and thought about it, then looked up. Yes, I understand. I will ask Sandra-sama to teach Rid-sama about the magic barrier. As soon as I confirm that, I will ask Reina-sama for permission for training using attack magic. Once that is confirmed, I will raise the level of martial arts training by 1 level. Sandra is also able to use the magic barrier after all, since combat in magic is not something that Sandra, who is from a field of academics, has much connection with. She was probably going to teach me a little later. I nodded in reply to Cross's words, thinking that, okay, I'll tell Sandra next time I see her. After nodding at my reply, Cross shifted his gaze to Rubens. Rubens, from tomorrow onwards you will be removed from training responsibilities and will go under the supervision of Knight Commander Dinas. If there is anything on your mind, let him know here and now. Yes. Then I would like to be present with Master Rid with your presumption. I think it would be best for the future if Deputy Commander Cross could see me and Master Rid standing together. When Rubens finished, he smiled and shifted his gaze to me. He smiles, but I sense a hint of provocation in his eyes. When I looked into his eyes, I felt my rebellious spirit ignited. I have yet to beat Rubens, so if I were to be transferred, it would be a win-win situation for us. I thought that was something frustrating and I didn't like it. So I looked at Rubens and Cross and nodded. Yes, that's right. Maybe it would be easier for Cross to understand if he saw me and Rubens having a hand-to-hand combat once. Yes, sir. I would like to see the match between Rid and Rubens once with my own eyes. Cross is smiling and smirking at the seemingly friendly exchange between me and Rubens. On the other hand, Capella and Diana were looking dumbfounded at our exchange, as if they were saying oh dear. After that, Rubens and I did some preparatory exercises before our hand-to-hand combat, Rubens with his wooden sword and I with mine. Rubens took up the wooden sword and I took up the wooden sword, and we faced each other. Rid-sama, please put everything I've taught you to the fullest. I won't let Rubens win and run, you know? I can't lose forever either. Cross, may I ask you to give the signal to begin? Cross nodded at my words, took a breath and raised his voice loudly. After a little fierce fighting, I kick him with my legs while doing a backflip, making it look like I'm intentionally breaking my stance backwards, but Rubens brushes it off with a smile on his face with a look of reserve. I'm always on the lookout for that movement, so it won't get through to me. I see. But there's a lot more to it. Then I launch a sustained barrage of raging attacks, using moves and other techniques that I also learned from Capella and Diana, but Rubens ducks them, parries them, and sometimes catches and prevents them. Once he has taken my barrage of blows, he goes on the offensive. Rubens' barrage of strikes are sometimes skillful, sometimes destructive. I can take his strikes, but I still don't want to accept his strikes, which focus on destructive power. This is because when I receive them, my hands gradually become numb, and eventually my wooden sword will be popped off. When I steal a glance at Rubens' expression in the midst of the fierce exchange of blows, I sense a happy but somewhat forlorn look on his face. At that moment, I see a slight or apparent shift in Rubens' position in his movements. I can't help but feel that I'm being led, but in order to break the ice, I have no choice but to go. I'm going to launch a strike at the gap created by the collapse of Rubens' stance. Damn. This is it. Nice work. But Rubens shouldn't be able to avoid or prevent my attack with his current position. The next moment I thought that, I realized that he had done a move that makes it look like I lost my stance that I had first shown him. And in the next moment, my wooden sword is bounced away by Rubens' wooden sword. Rubens wins the match, having bounced off Rid-sama's wooden sword. The next moment, the voice of Cross echoed around the area at almost the same time as the wooden sword was flicked away, but I was more stunned by the move that Rubens made. The reason is that I had seen that movement before. I asked Rubens fearfully, as if to confirm. Rubens, what was that movement earlier? That's right. I learned that move from Capella. The moment I heard Rubens' reply, I thought I knew it and turned to Capella. Capella noticed my gaze and smiled as he bailed. When did the two of them become so close? Thinking this, I looked at Rubens with my mouth agape and muttered, isn't it cheating for Rubens to adopt Renout's style too? It's not cheating. The knighthood will become stronger if we work on Renout's movements. It was Master Rid himself who put it into practice and showed me how to do it. What do you mean? I looked at Rubens' words with an involuntary scowl. When did I tell Rubens that the Knights of Bardia should work on the Renout movement? He told me with a wry smile. In fact, I'm now having Diana and Capella lay the groundwork for the martial arts training I will teach the slaves who will come in the future. And I'm the first one to adopt the martial arts movements that they are building. I myself am happy to become stronger, and since I was the one who asked the two of them to make it, I was also willing to cooperate with them if I could be of help, but as a result, I don't feel like I'm becoming a test subject for the martial arts they've created, but I try not to worry too much about it. I thought it was a mistake that I was getting stronger, but it seems that the potential of the martial arts fusion between the Renout and the Knights of Bardia is much greater than I had thought. I heard that Rubens, who saw my abilities improve by leaps and bounds by adopting new martial arts, asked Capella, through Diana, to teach them to him in secret, just like I did. According to Rubens, there were several moments in the training when he almost lost to me. That's when he literally felt the potential firsthand. When I heard the story, I looked at Rubens with an indescribable look on my face. I'm glad you saw the potential. But it's a bit complicated for me personally because in the end I didn't beat Rubens. Please don't say so. I won this time, but I am always amazed at the speed at which you are improving, Master Rid. If you continue to train like this, I think you can aim to be the strongest in the history of the Empire. Just as Deputy Commander Cross said, the strongest in the history of the Empire is not something I'm interested in. What I want to protect is my family and the Bardia territory. But if it is necessary as a result as a force to protect, then that may be one of the things I aim for, the strongest in the history of the Empire. I'm not interested. But by the way, how strong do you have to be before it can be called that? Rubens looked down a little thoughtfully, then looked up and muttered, well, for now, you definitely have to be stronger than your father, Master Rainer. Stronger than my father, that would certainly be the case. It was easy to understand, but I felt like that was still some time away. Then, start. As soon as the start call began, I kicked at the ground and quickly cut in, but Rubens took it with a relaxed look on his face. Chapter 169. When I finished standing with Rubens and I returned to everyone, Cross greeted me with a smile as we walked back talking. Master Rid, Rubens, thank you for your hard work. I was surprised to see that Rubens was stronger than before, but I was also amazed at Rid's ability. Thank you, but I still couldn't beat Rubens. I glanced at Rubens with a sideways glance, my mouth twitching a little. Seeing this, Cross said happily, let's save the fun for the future. You'll learn a lot more when you're in the actual battle style, including attack magic. Next time we face Rubens, you can win. I don't see why not, but it's good to save some fun for the future. I won't lose the next time I face Rubens. I looked at Rubens as I said that. He noticed my gaze and smiled happily. I'm very proud of you, Master Rid, but as I said at the start, I won't give you an easy win either. Rubens and I looked at each other and laughed, our expressions breaking into a smile. Diana, who had been watching the exchange, coughed as she spoke to us. Master Rid, I think it's time to move on to the next topic. Telling Cross about the curriculum we're working on right now. Oh, yes. Of course. I turned back to him, remembering what I needed to tell Cross from Diana's words. Cross, have you heard anything about the educational program we are preparing to teach martial arts to the coming slave children? Yes, roughly. I have heard that it is a martial arts training program for the slaves that Commander Dinas, Rubens, and the others are planning to bring to the country. Cross nodded at my words and then told me that father had told him roughly what he was going to do when he was assigned to me as my martial arts instructor. As soon as he finished speaking, he muttered with a suspicious look on his face, but then, I heard that you buy slaves and educate them in various ways. I was surprised at how inconceivable this was, but, with all due respect, are you serious? I have a lot of things on my mind. I can't tell you what I'm doing just yet, but I can assure you that the Bardia territory will be much better off for it. Even after hearing my words directly, Cross seemed to have a hard time believing them. Diana, who saw the look on Cross's face, gave him a sharp look. Cross, with all due respect, what Master Rid is doing is nothing but a new trial. There are no precedents for new challenges, and the common sense of the past does not work. Please understand that Master Rid is not limited by conventional wisdom, but is a creator of new standards. You are right, Diana. I have been surprised many times by Master Lloyd's unconventional thinking. It was also Rid who first proposed the idea of blending the martial arts of the Reincarnated with those of the Knights of Bardia. As soon as Diana finished, Capella followed suit and told Cross to add to the story. Cross was a little surprised to see the two of them. Rubens followed up as if to press him. I understand your feelings of disbelief, Vice Commander Cross, but I'm sure those feelings will disappear soon after you hear about the educational program we plan to teach the children who will be joining us. I didn't expect everyone to be so upbeat about me. I looked around at everyone, embarrassed and a little taken aback by the unexpectedness, and said a few words of admonition. I'm glad you all feel that way, but you don't have to raise me up too much, okay? I think it's only natural for Cross to feel a little incredulous as well. But I'd be happy to cooperate with you in that regard. As I said this to everyone, I shifted my gaze to Cross and spoke to him as well. Cross is probably just hearing about what I've been up to through word of mouth. Then all I have to do is show him from now on. Cross nodded quietly at my words and smiled at me. I am very sorry, but there is nothing to worry about. As someone who owes allegiance to Bardia, I would be more than happy to cooperate with you if you would allow me to do so. Hearing his words, my face broke out in relief. Then, I happily told him what I had planned to ask Cross. Thank you, Cross. So, I know I'm getting off on a tangent here, but what I'd like to ask you to do is to give me some advice on the program. Advice on, sir? Cross seemed to be a little surprised at this unexpected request. I nodded at his words and continued to speak. I had been advised by Rubens as well. I think that Cross, who is the vice commander, can give me an opinion from a wider perspective, so I'd like you to take a look at him. I would be happy to help you. Thank you, and I'll get right back to it. I smiled at Cross's words and began to explain the details of the educational program that would be given to the children who would be coming to the territory. The program begins with building up physical strength. Those who have reached a certain level of physical strength will be trained in the martial arts that Diana and Capella have developed. Then, since each tribe of beastmen has its own characteristics, training will be conducted to develop the strengths of each tribe. After that, I plan to put together a unit of about 11 persons and have them report directly to me. Of course, I have consulted with my father and received his approval, since there are quite a few children who will be coming this time. If all goes well, we may form more than 10 units. If that happens, we will be able to achieve what I have been thinking of doing at an early stage. I was talking happily and joyfully, but when Cross heard my explanation, he turned his head down as if in thought. I wondered what was wrong. Sorry, is there something on your mind? I unintentionally asked Cross with a slightly anxious expression, but he shook his head a little to the side and muttered in admiration. I think I understand the significance of what Diana said earlier. There are no new precedents in new trials, and the old wisdom does not work. I was not sure what Cross meant when he said that, and I just said what I thought. What do you mean? If you are going to create such a large unit, I think it would be better to obtain permission from Raina-sama and establish it as the Second Knights of Bardia under the direct control of Rid-sama. It would be easier for us to operate, and I think it would be better from an appearance standpoint as well. I groaned at Cross's point of view. I had never had the idea of establishing the Second Order of Bard. I think of it as a unit that will carry out a variety of multi-purpose activities, and have not yet come to the idea of establishing a Knight's Order under my direct control. However, it would certainly be better from an outward appearance point of view to establish it as a knighthood. It might be interesting to have the second knighthood perform espionage and various other activities, while the regular knightly duties would be handled by the existing knighthood. The question is whether or not the Order of the Knights can be established at the sole discretion of my father. I nodded to Cross's words and said, I understand. I'll talk to my father about it. Is there something else that you are worried about? Yes, I do. After that, we discussed various opinions with Diana, Capella, and Rubens while listening to Cross's opinion, and we came to the conclusion that there would be no problem as a rough educational program. As for whether or not we could establish a knighthood, as Cross had pointed out, we agreed that I would ask my father if we could do so. I was glad to hear that. I was able to finish the educational program before the slave children came. I muttered, and at the same time I looked around and noticed that quite a bit of time had passed. It was almost the end of the training session. This meant that the training with Rubens would be over, as the handover was complete. I turned back to Rubens, looked him in the eye again, and held out one hand to shake his hand. Rubens, thank you for everything. It may be tough under Commander Dinas, but do your best to become a vice commander. Yes, thank you very much. It was truly an honor for me to be in training charge of Master Rids as well. Rubens replied, firmly and forcefully grasping my hand in a parting handshake. At that moment, I tugged on his hand a little with the intention of asking him to bring his face closer to mine. He immediately noticed my intent, and with a vacant expression on his face, He moved his face closer to mine. I immediately whispered quietly in his ear, "So now that you're definitely on your way to promotion, why don't you hurry up and ask Diana to marry you?" "Master Rid, you are being too naughty about that." Rubens, his face red up to his ears, shouted angrily at me in a panicked manner. "Master Rid, did you say something naughty to Rubens again?" "I didn't say anything. I just told him to work hard under Commander Dinas and become the vice commander." "Right, Rubens." At this time, I think I was smiling as bright and cute as I could. After Rubens heard my question, he looked flustered and exclaimed to Diana with a blush on his face, "Yes, that's right. He didn't say anything about getting married to you early or anything." Rubens himself didn't seem to know what he was saying. The smile on his face just now faded, and I could feel the blood drain from his face. At the same time, I noticed a slightly different reddish-black aura emanating from Diana than usual. Why reddish-black instead of black? It must be because Diana is blushing. Because of the bloodlust. I analyzed the situation calmly. Diana's reddish-black aura is growing, and everyone from Rubens, Capella, and Cross is in a don't-can't-touch mood. Diana wearing a reddish-black aura. I shudder at the strange atmosphere and involuntarily back away, but she slowly walks up to me. Then, with a wry smile on her face, Diana murmurs softly in my ear, just as I did to Rubens. "HMPH. Rid Sama, if I may be so presumptuous, I'd like to have a personal word with you over there, if that's all right." "What?" I was so impressed by Diana's power that I involuntarily started to speak in halting tones. Needless to say, I was then engaged in a personal conversation with her, and after that day, my martial arts training was handed over from Rubens to Cross. P.S. It was also the day I felt that after all, I shouldn't easily meddle in people's love affairs. Chapter 170. That day, I was waiting for Sandra to come to the guest room to have a meeting with her before my magic training. On the table was a cup of tea that Diana had brewed for me and a neatly arranged list of the education course in magical studies that Sandra and I had been compiling. I am sipping the cup of tea and going over the documents again until she arrives. As I sipped my tea while looking over the documents, there was a knock at the door. I answered it and Diana entered the guest room and looked at me after saying, "Master Rid, Miss Sandra is here to see you." "May I lead her in?" "Yes, please." After hearing my answer, she bows again and leaves the room. I drank the tea that was left in my cup, put the papers I was checking back on the desk, and waited for Sandra to arrive. Soon after, there was a knock at the door, and when I answered, Sandra entered the room. "Master Rid, thank you for waiting for me. Thank you for coming. Please come this way." "Diana, I'm sorry, but could you please pour a cup of tea? And could you pour me another cup?" As I asked Sandra to sit on the sofa in front of me across the table, I shifted my gaze to Diana in the middle of the room and asked her for a cup of tea. Diana bows, and then exits the room. Sandra sat down on the sofa at my prompting and turned her happy, shining eyes on me. "That's a sudden turn of events, by the way." I was surprised to get a call. "I didn't expect you to purchase around 150 beast slaves at once." The other day, after the meeting with Father and Chris and the others, I immediately sent a letter to Sandra saying do not talk about it to let her know what had happened. Of course, I needed to confirm with Sandra about the magical course of study to be given to the slaves. Sandra was very surprised when I told her that one of the purposes of purchasing the slaves was to systematically train the slaves in magic and use them as a stepping stone for the territory's development. But I think it was typical of her that her eyes immediately lit up with interest. "Let's do it." However, I was still a little concerned about something. So I looked at Sandra with a slightly worried look on my face and asked her, "So, how are the people requested Sandra to help you with?" "I've talked to my father, and we've set up a place that could be used for a simple laboratory. Don't worry, they're all very enthusiastic about helping me with my research and the creation of a magical educational program. They are very grateful to the Bardia family for finally allowing them to live off of the research they love." Sandra smiled happily as she finished. I smiled as if my worry turned to relief when I saw the look on her face. "I see. I'm glad to hear that. I'll have to go and say hello to everyone again sometime soon. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you." Sandra smiled kindly at my words, as if she was truly happy. Her smile made my face break out in tears as I thought back to them. In fact, during the period from about half a year ago up to the present, certain people had come to the Bardia territory from all over the land. They were people who worked at the same research laboratory when Sandra was the head of in the imperial capital, and were her subordinates and researchers. They were excellent researchers who had been recruited to create magic recovery medicine in the capital regardless of status. Unfortunately, however, the research of the magic restorative, which was thought to be impossible to create, and the investment of funds in the researchers, regardless of their status, aroused the suspicion and discontent of some imperial aristocrats. Later, Sandra and her colleagues were blocked in their research by some aristocrats and were forced to take responsibility for their inability to produce the desired results and were forced to leave the institute. In Sandra's case, her knowledge and wisdom might be able to cure my mother. The father, who felt that it was a good idea, told her to come to the Bardia territory, and she was able to get things done. However, that is not the case for the other researchers. They all went to the research lab in the capital with the blessings of their hometowns, but were mistreated and forced to return to their hometowns, a situation that must have been very painful for them. Some of them even tried to take their own lives, and Sandra and the other researchers had to work very hard to convince them not to do so. I think it is ironic that Sandra, who was treated in such a way, secretly completed the magic restorative in collaboration with me. I will not disclose the existence of the potion until my mother recovers from her illness, but when it is made public, it will surely be the greatest disgrace in history caused by a few of the incompetent imperial aristocrats. Just as I was thinking about this, there was a knock at the door, and when I answered it, Diana brought me a cup of tea for two. "Thank you, Diana." "Thank you, Diana." Diana bobbed her head in acknowledgement of my and Sandra's words and, with a lean, keen knightly gesture, placed the tea in front of us and added, "Please be careful. It's very hot." She then excused herself and quietly left the reception room. However, she was waiting at the door ready to move as soon as I called out to her. Sandra, who had been looking at me until Diana left the room, let out a sigh. "What's wrong?" "Huh? We want people like Diana and Capella in our laboratory too." I know it's not easy because the researchers, myself included, are more preoccupied with their research than cleaning up. "Is that so?" "I'm not sure how much of a challenge there would be." I was joking, but Sandra's eyes swam at my words. I had a very bad feeling about this, so I asked her with a grim look, "You don't mean to tell me that the place has been turned into a dump?" "Really?" "What?" "Oh, no. It's not a dump, but the materials are in a pretty messy place." "Ha ha ha." In response to my question, Sandra spoke with a look of displeasure on her face and finally laughed dryly while putting one hand on the back of her head. Imagining the situation that her appearance suggests, I turned my head down and shook my head lightly while placing my hand on my forehead like my father, and then after a short pause, I let out a sigh. "Huh, I get it. I'll see if I can get someone to help Sandra and her family." Sandra's expression of surprise was perhaps not what I was expecting, but then her eyes lit up and she leaned forward with great vigor, uttering the following words of delight. "Really? Is it true?" "Well, I guess I'll just have to say it." "Master Id, please take care of that." When she finished, she bowed her head. I was taken aback by her expression and said to her as if to nail her to the wall, "You know, you should organize your own documents a little better, don't you think?" "I understand. I know. I'll make sure to organize it properly, but still, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of people are coming." She didn't seem to have heard a word I said. I was so stunned that I hung my head, but then I returned to the main topic of the meeting, the Magic Educational Course, Chapter 171. "So, what about the Magic Education Course? Do you think the researchers will be able to teach magic to the slave children?" "Yes, the reason why the researchers, who used to be Sandra's colleagues, were asked to come to Bardia was also to teach magic to the slave children as teachers. In this world, there is no such profession as a magic tutor when you get right down to it. There are tutors who teach the nobility, but according to what Sandra told me, There are no clear rules regarding the amount of knowledge required to be a magic tutor. Therefore, there are significant differences in magical knowledge and ability among individuals. This was a problem for me when I came up with the plan to teach slaves' children magic as a foothold for the territory's development, but fortunately, I was able to quickly find a solution. Yes, all of Sandra's former colleagues, in addition to research that would lead to the development of the Bardia territory, they would be asked to take on the role of teachers to teach magic to the slave children. In this way, development and education can proceed at the same time. Yes, I don't think that will be a problem. Everyone is glad to be in a position to teach magic. Sandra nodded and replied, but her last words were somewhat stilted. What's wrong? I listened to her words and gave her a dubious look. What? Is there a problem? I'm not sure if it's a big problem, but everyone, including me, is shy and they're worried about their ability to properly teach magic publicly. Huh? The unexpected sentence caused me to utter something in a strange voice. I mean, I don't think Sandra is shy in the slightest. I don't know about others. I gave her a slightly dumbfounded look. As for that, well, I guess they'll just have to get used to. I've heard that the beastmen are all children about my age, so I'm sure it will be fine. That might make everyone a little more relaxed. Sandra looks a little relieved when she hears the ages of the slaves. In her own way, she is probably concerned about her colleagues. I took a sip of tea as soon as I finished listening to her words and then changed the subject. So, does it look like there will be any problems with the magic education course based on the instructions I learned as planned? Yes, I think that would be the best way to go. Since we have a successful example in the form of you, Master Rid. In response to my question, Sandra smiled and looked at me. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. It is a warm, fascinated look, as if she were looking at a jewel that she had polished to a fine shine. I let out a sigh of exasperation, though I am sure she has no other intention. Don't you ever talk about people like they're the result of an experiment. No, I never meant it that way. Did I? She replies to my words with a frightened look on her face. The truth is, when Sandra took on the position of instructing me in magic, there already existed a magic education program that she put together in her own way. When Sandra was asked by my father to tutor me, she was thinking about how to teach magic efficiently and in an understandable way, using her experience and knowledge. I am the result of practicing the educational program that she created. Therefore, the magic education program taught to slave children is based on the materials that she created for the purpose of giving it to me. There are some minor differences, but the biggest difference is that it is based on the assumption of the use of the special magical power transformation forced awareness that made me shiver when I first started learning magic. Ideally, we would like each person to get a feel for it, but we felt that this would result in too many individual differences. Therefore, Sandra was to train the researchers in special magic every day while taking a potion to restore their magical power. While she was doing this work, she made a rare bitter comment to me. Are you going to kill me? But thanks to that, all of the researchers were able to use the special magic conversion forced awareness without incident. In case I might use it for something, too, so I'm getting a transmission so that I can use it. Well, anyway, there seems to be no problem about the Magic Master and the Magic Education course, right? I guess so. I think the rest is a matter of trying it out and seeing how it goes. I'm sure we'll find many issues once it's implemented, so we'll make corrections as we go along. I nodded at Sandra's words and asked her about the other thing she was asking Ellen and Alex to do. The other thing that I would like to ask is what about the attribute appraiser? I think Ellen and Alex said it would be difficult for them to do it alone, so they asked for Sandra's help. The color at the machine changes according to the attribute of the person putting their hand on the appraiser. I don't think there will probably be a problem with the appraiser. The other day, I had a meeting with them and we were very close to completing the machine. However, if the appraisal machine is completed, I feel that the time when magic will be generally used is finally coming closer. Sandra muttered thoughtfully as she finished her words. I nodded at Sandra's words and smiled wryly. I'm looking forward to it. This time, I will teach the slave children magic, and when they are able to handle it, they will be asked to assist the people of the territory in their jobs. By doing so, we will give the children time to learn magic. If we do this, in a few years' time, magic will be much more widespread in Bardia. In fact, I once talked with Sandra about why magic is not spreading in this world. At that time, Sandra nodded her head, generally confirming my story. The first reason is that it takes a long time to train and become able to use magic. The second reason is that even if you do practice and learn to handle magic, it does not necessarily mean that you can do magic. Even if you are able to feel magic, it is useless if you don't know which attribute you have. Of course, there is a way to try all the magic called basic magic, but you need a teacher to teach you basic magic in the first place. I don't care if it is a nobleman, there is no one who can teach it to an ordinary commoner. Magic is all about image, and it would be difficult to activate magic on one's own without knowing the key elements, let alone being able to use magic power. Then there is the issue of tax payment, which is expected of commoners. If people spend time training to learn magic, they will have less time to spend on farming and other work. If only 1 or 2 people try to learn magic, there may be little effect. However, if it is a large number of people, it could affect their tax payments and their livelihood. Currently, the general rule for commoners in this world is, if you don't have time to learn magic, work. Therefore, in order to popularize magic, it is essential to establish an educational organization to teach magic efficiently. However, a huge amount of money is needed to establish an educational organization. Unless they understand, as I do, that the development of magic will surely lead to the prosperity of the territory, they will not go out of the way to teach magic to commoners and slaves. Even in this case, in addition to the funds I made with Chris, I also received a financial budget from my father for the Bardia territory. Even so, the part of the funds that was not enough to cover the expenses was borrowed from the Christie Trading Company as a loan. So, if this plan fails, I will be in serious trouble, and I literally cannot allow myself to fail. In the Bardia territory, magic will become popular among the commoners in a few years. Just thinking about it is terrifying in more ways than one. Magic is an essential element in order to greatly develop the territory. It may be hard now, but the more you work hard, the greater the rewards in the future will be, so it's worth it. As soon as I finished, I reached for the cup of tea and brought it straight to my lips. Sandra took a sip of her tea as well, but when she put her cup down on the desk, she looked at me in a formal manner and then muttered something to me. I have a report for you today, Master Rid, and I also have a question to discuss with you. Doesn't sound very nice. What's wrong? Sandra nodded in response to my words with an unusual and serious expression on her face. Nikiak of Reincarnated contacted me and told me that they have succeeded in growing the moonlight grass. What? Now we can start the production of magic restorative medicine. Moonlight grass is a medicinal herb that is used as a raw material for magic restorative medicine, but unfortunately, its cultivation in the Bardia territory did not go well. So, I asked Nikiak, who I met when I visited the neighbor country of Reincarnated, to cultivate it for me, and I guess it turned out to be successful. I was pleased with Sandra's report of the success of the cultivation of the moonlight grass, but her face did not brighten up. I wondered if there was more to this puzzle. At that moment, Sandra muttered bitterly, I have good news about the moonlight grass. But there is a problem with the loot grass that is needed for Nana Lisama's treatment. Okay. Tell me more about it. I listened to Sandra's story with a grim and stern tone, a complete change from the cheerful atmosphere I had been in earlier. Chapter 172. Nikiak has informed me that the processing of the loot grass has not been completed in time and that it will likely eventually become impossible to supply due to stockouts. That's a serious problem. Can you give me some more details? I listened silently to Sandra as she explained the details to me with a grim look on my face. She too spoke carefully, including about the current problems. The content is that the supply from Nikiak is not enough for the amount of loot grass used for research and for administering it to Mother. According to Nikiak, the dried grass is more potent and more suitable for transportation. It is a difficult problem, right, to bring the material collected to Bardia immediately. Is it difficult? I have tried using various methods, but alas, all have ended in failure. Therefore, it seems that normal methods of transportation are not working. Besides, it took too long to come here and it is not in a usable condition. Quality. Sandra spoke bitterly with a grim look on her face. I listened to her and looked down with my hand on my forehead and pondered. The quality of loot grass usually deteriorates within a few days after it is collected. Therefore, it is necessary to process it with proper treatment after collection. This is a technique that Nikiak has developed through his own research and is something that only he is capable of doing. I am not going to disclose the information that loot grass can be used as a cure for magical depletion just yet. If he knew its value, Reincarnated would be ready to surround himself with it. No matter how much I say that I will be marrying the Princess Farah, it is impossible to predict how Reincarnated will act. At the very least, I would like to keep it a secret until after my mother's treatment, but I may not be able to say so. However, the story would be a little different if Ellen, Sandra, and the other researchers could develop the thing that I had asked them to develop. I looked up and asked Sandra about the development with a grim expression on my face. If we can develop it, I think we'll be able to solve a lot of things, like transportation. Sandra's eyes seemed to light up in response to my questions, although her expression was grim. The development that Reed requested is progressing well. The researchers and Ellen are also exchanging opinions full of enthusiasm. However, it seems that Ellen Tam, who is in charge of the actual production, is finally running out of manpower and is facing a difficult time. If we can solve this problem, I think we will be able to make more progress in development. I will talk to Ellen next time, so I will ask about their various needs. I responded and put my hand over my mouth. As I thought about it, the development of the production and study section of the Bardia territory is now largely in the hands of Ellen and Alex. The problem, however, is the craftsmanship. There are, of course, dwarves who help the two, but unfortunately their skills are not as great as theirs. And since Bardia is not a territory with high craftsmanship to begin with, it is fair to say that those who are helping Ellen and Alex now are more like makeshift laborers. Through Chris, they recruited engineers to assist Ellen and the others, but unfortunately, no good people were recruited. I wish the slave children would become good engineers, but that is also tough because they will not grow up to be engineers right away. There are a lot of problems to be faced when in the future, but what we need to solve as quickly as possible is the process and supply of loot grass. In this case, it may be necessary to dispatch some of Sandra's colleagues to Nikiak's place to research more efficient methods of processing. This would make it necessary to think about whether we should talk to Elias, the king of Reincarnated. I would have to discuss this with my father, and it would not be a decision I could make on my own. After a bit of thinking, I took a breath and spoke. Phew. Anyway, as for mother's loot grass, it's not something we need to do right away, right? Yes. However, even if we were to use all of the research supplies for treatment, the amount used would exceed the supply in just under 6 months. It would be best if we could make a complete recovery by then, but it's hard to say at this point. Less than 6 months. If we don't rush, it will all be over in the blink of an eye. I nodded as I listened to Sandra's words. Okay, as for the loot grass, please use all of it for mother's treatment until the problem is solved. As for the supply, I will also contact Nikiak and my father and I will think of a way to make it better as soon as possible. I understand. For the time being, I will only use the loot grass as a treatment for Lady Nunnally. Thank you. Sandra, once more, please take good care of my mother. I was thinking back to the time I had spent with my mother, Mel and the others while thanking Sandra for everything she had done for me. The results of my efforts to save my mother's life have begun to bear fruit, and her health is finally starting to improve, with signs of mother's recovery. Mel began to smile more joyfully and father became more cheerful and gentle than ever before. Mother must have felt that her own health was getting better. The somewhat pessimistic mood she used to have is gone, and now she naturally communicates to those around her the attitude of facing up to her illness. We have come this far, and we must not give up. Sandra, perhaps sensing my inner feelings, looked at me with a strong gaze and said, I will do everything I can to help you. Thank you. I was so happy to hear Sandra's words that I smiled and thanked her. As I was thinking about what I should do next with renewed resolve, I suddenly remembered Cross's words and asked Sandra, who was taking a sip of tea. By the way, changing the subject, have you heard anything about the magic barrier? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I had to tell you about that. Suddenly, Sandra put the tea she was drinking on the desk and began to explain about the magic barrier. Chapter 173. Sandra put the tea she was drinking on the desk, looked at me intently, and muttered, I was surprised when I heard that, but, Rid-sama has progressed to the stage of dealing with the magic barrier in his training in the martial arts. Normally, you have to be a little older to learn this kind of spell. Is that so? But it is true that I have been working hard on my martial arts recently because of the Reincarnated incident, so maybe that's the result of that. By Reincarnated I mean Asuna. The age difference and the experience are obviously there, but even if one knows it, it's still frustrating losing. If I have the opportunity to fight her again someday, I want to be able to win. Besides, I may encounter selfish and malicious people like Norris and men again in the future. I don't think I'll suddenly try to solve their problems by force, but they may not necessarily be people I can talk to. At that time, I will have to take up my sword and face them with determination in order to protect Bardia. Sandra nodded in agreement with my words and then continued. I see, if Rid-sama says he worked so hard, then he must be doing some very unconventional practice, as one would expect from an unconventional child prodigy. She said to me in a playful, fun, teasing way. Sandra, you don't think I'd be offended by anything you say? But, as expected, I was a little annoyed by her words, and although my expression remained smiling, I emitted an air of quiet anger. Sandra must have thought that she had gone too far, so she bowed and tried to change the subject as if to cover up her mistake. My apologies, but anyway, Reed-sama, let's talk about the magic barrier right away. I agree. I have a smiling expression on my face, but my quiet anger is continuing. She is a little shaken up, which is unusual for Sandra, but she explains the barrier wall in a polite and easy-to-understand way. The barrier is, as the name suggests, a barrier created with magic power that can prevent magical and physical attacks. The moment I heard this explanation, I forgot my anger and leaned forward, my eyes shining. Sandra's explanation of the magical wall was that it was a barrier, as I remember it from my previous life. But, as Sandra said, there were some magic items in the game togheter that suppressed the damage of enemy attack magic. That series of magic might have been treated as a magical barrier. Sandra would occasionally glimpse at my face as she spoke. She looked relieved to see that I was in a better mood, and continued her explanation. But the magic barrier doesn't protect you from any kind of attack. If you don't understand how it works, you could be seriously injured in an accident. I see. I feel that a lot of ingenuity is required. What is this mechanism? Seeing my keen interest, Sandra's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. She took out a pair of glasses from her pocket and put them on, then switched into teacher mode with a defiant smile. Let's go to the training ground for a more detailed explanation of the magic barrier and to actually try it out. I understand. Then, let's go to the training grounds after sorting out the documents. I said this and gathered up the papers I had been using for my meeting with Sandra and called Diana, who was standing by outside the guest room. Diana, we are going to the training grounds now, so would you mind leaving the papers on the desk in my room? Yes, sir. Diana politely accepted the papers from me, bobbed her head and left the reception room. After Diana left the room, Sandra and I drank the rest of the tea and went to the training ground section. Sandra and I arrived at the familiar room with the blackboard. As soon as Sandra arrived in the training area, she started to write on the blackboard and began to teach me. I sat down on a chair and waited for her explanation. Sandra, who seemed to have finished writing everything she needed on the blackboard, lightly lifted the bridge at the center of her glasses with the index finger of her right hand with a snap and smiled broadly. After the lecture, we will actually try it out in the training area. Thank you very much. Sandra, Please explain it to me again. She nodded at my words and began to explain in an easy-to-understand way, starting with what she had written on the blackboard. As I explained a moment ago in the reception room, a wall of magic is a barrier created intentionally by a sorcerer using magical power. Since it is literally a barrier created by magic, it is a barrier with superior defensive power against magic generated by magic. In other words, it is a shield that prevents attacks from magic practitioners, isn't it? Sandra nodded at my words and continued to explain. You are right. The great thing about a magic wall is that its resistance, or defense, depends on the amount of magic power used. As I told you, depending on the amount of magic power used, it can also defend against physical attacks such as slashes and flying bows and arrows. My eyes sparkled as I listened to Sandra's explanation. The explanation is that it is really a barrier. Depending on the amount of magic power, it might be able to nullify the opponent's attack. If I studied how to use it, I would be able to find some interesting ways to use it. However, Sandra's expression clouded over and she said, however, as you can see when you try using it, magic barrier consumes magic power all the time it is in use. In addition, the amount of magic power consumed is so high that if you are not careful, you may run out of magic power very quickly. However, if you use too little magic, your opponent's physical or magic attacks may pierce the barrier wall, so you need to be careful. Penetration, huh? That's scary. By the way, are there certain conditions for it to be penetrated? Sandra looked down at my question and groaned. Well, then looked up and muttered. So, it is. The first thing to consider is simply the case that the magic power used in the offensive magic of the opponent is more than the magical power that generated the magic barrier. The other thing I've been told is that if you continue to receive sustained impact, the regeneration of the barrier wall cannot keep up, and eventually it may be penetrated. I see. I nodded to Sandra's words and thought about the barrier. However, if the amount of magic used to create the barrier is greater than the amount of magic used for the attack magic, it may not be able to withstand the attack and may penetrate the barrier. If the barrier is attacked continuously, it may not be able to hold up the attack, leading to the penetration of the barrier. But still, it is a wonderful spell to be able to block attack magic and physical attacks. I am looking forward to learning the barrier magic from now on, I said to Sandra with a grin on my face. Thank you, Sandra. I think I've got the gist of it now. I'm looking forward to learning the spell of magic barrier. I love magic too, but Reed-sama also really loves magic. As someone who has been given the opportunity to be your teacher, I am very happy about that. When she heard my words, she smiled and replied joyfully. After that, we left the room with the blackboard and moved to the training ground, and Sandra showed me how to put the magic barrier into action. Chapter 174. I had moved from the room in the training grounds to the plaza in order to actually study the barrier wall from Sandra. Well then, I will now demonstrate the magic barrier. The magic barrier has the elemental attribute, so as long as you can use magic, basically anyone can use it, which is an advantage. So it's not non-attribute or special magic. The barrier is a barrier that can block the opponent's offensive magic and physical attacks. However, since it uses a large amount of magical power, it is said that it should not be overused. My eyes sparkle as Sandra shows me her magic barrier. Sandra meditates, takes a slow and deep breath, and murmurs as she concentrates. Then let me show you a magic barrier. Oh? Sandra seemed to have activated the barrier, but nothing unusual happened to Sandra in front of me. When I looked at her with a puzzled expression, she smiled meaningfully. Fufu, the magic barrier has been properly activated. Try it out, Reed-sama. Try approaching me and trying to touch me. Eh? I understand. As I walked towards her as Sandra had instructed, I felt something hit me in the face and cried out in surprise. Ouch. See? It's working properly, right? Sandra seemed to find my reaction amusing and smiled wickedly. I, on the other hand, put my hand on the area where the pain had occurred and again reached out to the spot where the something had hit me. I could see that there was indeed a wall at the spot where I had collided. I was moved by the feeling of being able to touch a wall made of magic power, forgetting the pain I had felt earlier. Oh? I can feel it. So this is a barrier made with magical power. The magic barrier is a little cold and hard to the touch. Is it like glass? Does the magic barrier only appear in front of you? Thinking this, I walked around Sandra, placing my hands on the magic barrier. Sandra looked at me with a suspicious expression on her face. Master Id, what are you doing, huh? I was wondering what kind of shape the barrier wall covering Sandra has. I was wondering if it was only the front, on a sphere, or a cube. As I replied to Sandra, I groped around to examine the shape of the magic barrier, and it seemed like Sandra was being covered in a sphere. If the shape is not specified, will the barrier wall be naturally generated in a spherical shape? But if so, the barrier wall would be generated to the extent that it is not necessary. Perhaps this is the cause of the massive consumption of magic power? As I was pondering these questions, Sandra called out to me. I'm sorry, Reed-sama. Can I release it now? Oh, yes, it's okay now. Thank you for the demonstration. Sandra nodded at my response and then removed their magic barrier. At that moment, I placed my hand on the magic barrier, my eyes shining with curiosity, wondering what kind of changes there would be. At the same time that she released the magic barrier, the sensation I had been feeling in my hands disappeared, and my hands began to move as if they were grabbing air. Magic barriers are interesting. Once I can use them, I'd like to try out various things. Sandra smiled happily when she saw my happy expression, but then she suddenly became serious and gave me a piece of her mind. I can't even imagine what you're going to try, but when you do, make sure you do it with me by your side. You have a tendency to go too far. Besides, if you are not careful, you will be punished by Reina-sama again, like in the case of compression magic. I know. I looked embarrassed at what Sandra said. Previously, in Reincarnated, I had lost control in a fit of anger and used compression magic, causing him to make a big fuss. I had to report the details of the compression magic to my father with Sandra after we returned to Badia from Reincarnated. In the end, the report was given after the fact, and I remember the image of my father looking down and placing his hand on his forehead. At that time, Sandra and I were severely scolded and told to report any new magic we discovered to father immediately from now on. Also, on that occasion, I had my father try out compression magic as well. He was astonished to learn that he himself could activate it, meaning that anyone could use it if they understood how it worked. And my father has forbidden me from talking about compression magic for the time being. I have been ordered by my father that I must not use it unless absolutely necessary. However, Sandra and my father are not aware that I am secretly practicing and researching compression spell without being noticed. Sandra narrowed her eyes at me suspiciously, then muttered in an exasperated voice. Well, that's fine. Now, I'll explain how to activate the magic barrier once more. Yeah, I understand. I'll be in your care. When I nodded to Sandra's words, she began to explain how to activate the magic barrier. The basic activation procedure is the same as the offensive magic, but in the case of the barrier wall, it is necessary to strongly image the wall that covers the magician himself with magic power to protect him. Once the image is created, it is important that the magician has the necessary amount of magical power. If you are an experienced magician, it is relatively easy to learn the barrier magic. What is important is the amount of magic power, but I think you can probably do it without problems. I see, I'll give it a try right away. My eyes sparkled as I listened to Sandra's explanation, and I took a deep breath and concentrated. Then, I solidify a solid image of the magic barrier wall that Sandra demonstrated to me. Once the image is firmly established, the next step is to focus the magic power on that image. The moment I thought in my mind, I can do it, I said the name of the magic to be activated. Magic barrier. At that moment, I felt the sensation of magic power covering my surroundings in a spherical shape and the sensation of magic power being consumed at the same time. My vision did not change, but I can sense it being activated. As I was thinking, so this is the magic barrier. Sandra spoke to me, smiling. How are you doing? Were you able to activate it? Yes, I think I was able to activate it. It's a feeling of consuming magic power and being covered by something. Sandra looked a little surprised, but soon she smiled happily. As expected of Reed-sama, it is difficult for those other than the caster to tell if the magic barrier has been activated, but one of the special features of the magic barrier is that the caster can clearly tell by instinct. Indeed, I couldn't really see the magic barrier that Sandra had activated earlier, but when I tried to activate it myself, I can tell right away whether it's activated or not. After confirming that I was able to activate the magic barrier without any problems, Sandra let out a fearless smile. Looking delighted, Fufu. Well then, let's move on to the next step and try blocking my magic attack with the magic barrier. Huh? I looked taken aback by her unexpected statement. Chapter 175. Just when I thought what you were going to say, you say something disturbing again. No, I will adjust the force properly, so don't worry. Besides, when you get magic on the barrier wall, you will feel some shock and consumption of magic power, so there is no better way to experience it. I listened to Sandra's explanation with a dumbfounded expression on my face. She was going to teach me how to use the barrier, and once I was able to activate it safely, I was going to try to use it to catch the magic. I think that's a pretty outrageous thing to say. But surely there is nothing better than doing this prior to training with Cross? I pondered for a few moments and then nodded my head. I get it. So, I just need to block Sandra's magic with a magic barrier? Sandra heard my words and grinned, smiling happily. Yes, as expected of you, Rid-sama. Then, I will release the fire spear into Rid-sama's magic barrier wall, so please try to catch it. I get it. Wait, have I ever taught Sandra the fire spear? I was a little surprised to learn that the name of the spell she was releasing was the Fire Lance. The Fire Spear is one of the attack magic that I created. When trying out different attack spells with different attributes, the quality of the resulting image is completely different depending on whether or not you include a name for the spell. It is not necessary to say it out loud, but if I mutter the magic name in my mind, the image and the magic are immediately connected, and it becomes easier to perform the incantation without chanting. However, it was difficult for me, who has all attributes, to think of a name for each of them, so I took the easy way out by adding spear to the end of the attribute name. The magic is also easy to understand. A magically generated spear will fly at the opponent. Sandra, however, was somewhat taken aback by what I had said. What are you talking about? In the magic curriculum, the magic taught was unified into this spear magic, wasn't it? Oh, I see. That's right. Sandra's words made me remember. The next time I teach the slaves, the basic offensive magic will be the magic I created. Actually, there is a good reason for this. When teaching magic to the slave children, the topic that came up was, what kind of basic magic spells should be easy to understand? But then a problem came up. The same magic had different names, like Fireball and Sphere of Fire, depending on the area and the person who taught it. What was even more problematic was that even if the name of the magic was the same, the content was sometimes slightly different depending on who was teaching. Perhaps because magical education had not yet been established, there were some errors or variations in the basic magic. It was a very interesting discovery, but it was a big issue when it came to education. It is not a good educational environment if the same magic is taught in different ways by those who teach it. Even if I asked the teachers to modify their magic, it would be difficult to do so immediately because they have a fixed image of what they want to teach. As a result, I decided to have the teachers learn my new magic. The name of the magic is just the name of the attribute followed by spear. So it is easy to learn and visualize, and it was well received and everyone started calling it spear magic. Sandra looked at me with a dubious expression on her face. It's only natural that the researchers, including myself, who are the teachers of magic, should practice spear magic and be able to use it. Well, as expected, no one but me can handle it as well as the creator, Rid-sama. Sandra made a smug face as she emphasized the other than me part. She doesn't seem to want to lose to me when it came to magic, so she has a tendency to compete with me quite a bit. However, I have never thought that I am better than Sandra in magic. Rather, I am in the position of learning from her, but I found it a little funny that she was competing with me, and I smiled. But I'm glad that everyone has learned to use it. Now, will you show me some of that magic? She looks somewhat disapproving of my smile. I think I may have tapped into Sandra's competitive side a little bit. Sandra nodded at my words, and her face sharpened a little. Very well. Now, please move away a little, and when Reed-sama activates the magic barrier, I will fire my fire spear. I will fire while checking each time. So if you are having trouble activating the magic barrier, please let me know right away. I understand. Then, just to be safe, I'll move to a place where there is nothing behind me. I finished and moved to a place a little further away from Sandra. Naturally, there was an empty plain. This way, there would be no problem if Sandra's magic should deflect. I took a deep breath and then activated the barrier against magic. When I felt it activate, I shouted, "Sandra, it's okay to start." "Understood. Then, I will cast the fire spear." Sandra nodded at my reply and held out her palm as if to show it to me, and then she chanted the name of the spell. At that moment, the spell was activated from her hand, and it flew straight at me. However, the size of the fire spear was so small that I did not feel that much fear. With a tense look on my face, I looked at the spell that was flying toward me. Then, Sandra's fire spear made contact with the barrier wall. At that moment, the impact of the fire spear hitting the barrier wall caused an explosion, and the sound of the explosion echoed around the area. I was struck by the sensation of the fire spear coming into contact with the activated magic barrier, and the sensation of my magical power being consumed in maintaining the magic barrier. Amazing. So this is a magic barrier. When it was over, I was moved by what had happened before my eyes and the sensations I had experienced. The fire spear was caught by the barrier and the sensation was a slight shock to the entire body, but no pain. However, the moment the fire spear hit the barrier, I felt the magic power being taken away from me. But the amount of magic power was not that big for me. My eyes sparkled and I shouted so that Sandra could hear me. "Sandra, the magic barrier is great. I want to try it out more, so keep trying to hit me with the fire spear." She shook her head a little, as if a little taken aback, and then held out her arm to me again, as if to show me her palm. "I understand. But don't overdo it. I'll finish after a certain amount." After Sandra finished, she shot the fire spear at me several times. She would also vary the power of the shot by making it a little stronger than the first, or by shooting it in rapid succession. This is fun. I was able to see the magic up close and personal, and I was completely safe and unharmed as I felt the power of the magic on my skin. In general, the amount of magic power used may be high, but from my point of view, it is tiny. I was in a good mood, and with a sparkle in my eyes, I said loudly so that Sandra could hear me, "Sandra, please, just once, try casting a spell on me with all your might. I promise I can withstand it." "What? There's no way I could do that." "What if I get hurt? If you say something stupid, I'm going to end it now." Sandra was an honest student. Only at times like this, I gave Sandra a dissatisfied look. But I quickly came to my senses, gave a mischievous smile and said to Sandra, "I get it." Sandra is a research specialist, so she's not good at offensive magic. Well, that can't be helped. As I finished my words, I thought I heard a cold sound like a metallic clang from somewhere. I felt a chill run down my spine, but soon realized that it was something similar to the murderous intent that Sandra exudes. I instinctively flinched and my face twitched, but she took off her glasses and put them away in her pocket, then glared at me with fearless, angry eyes. I had never seen Sandra like this. "Obviously, Fufu, you really did call me a sly woman, a research potato woman and a bean sprout woman." "Huh, no one ever said that. It seems I've angered her. Could that be a bad word?" she shouted loudly, seemingly losing her composure in anger. "Very well, I'll give you a special treat and show you how serious I am." Sandra finished and began to put magic power into her hands without paying attention to my dumbfounded face. I was astonished at the way she did it. She began to put magic power into her folded hands and was about to invoke the compression magic. I panicked and shouted, "Sandra, you're going too far with this." "Ha ha ha, how about that? I've already accumulated enough magical power to blow away not just TH house, but the entire mansion." No, Please don't give me such a line like some villain. I mean, what are you going to do by blowing up the house or the mansion? More importantly, I think Sandra's people are strange. This might be dangerous indeed. Just as I thought that, an angry shout echoed through the training hall. What are you doing here? I shivered at the sudden shout of anger. When I looked for the owner of the voice, I found my father, who looked like a demon, and Diana and Capella, who were looking at me with a dumbfounded expression on their faces and shaking their heads. Sandra also seemed to have noticed my father's appearance and stopped the casting of her magic. I hurried over to my father and immediately bowed my head and apologized. "I'm so sorry, I got overzealous in my training of the magic barrier." "Sandra is not to blame. I got carried away. But you're always doing this when I take my eyes off of you. Have a bit more self-restraint." "I'm sorry." My father looked annoyed at my apology. After that, he turned his attention to Sandra. "Sandra, you're not your usual self." "Yes, I am sorry." Unlike her usual self, Sandra was acting timid, like a cat that had been borrowed. But before I could think about what was wrong, my father spoke up. "So, what's the cause?" "Well, I told my father with a sour look on my face how it all happened. When I explained that I enjoyed training on the magic barrier and provoked Sandra to ask her to shoot more powerful magic, my father drew his saber from his waist and pointed it at my nose. I asked him with a pale expression, "What's this, father?" "Fufu. It seems I need to reform your character again. You'll need to train your magic barrier, right? I'll give you a special hand. Let me see how well your magic barrier can withstand my real slash." Father's serious blow is intriguing but too scary. I tried desperately to explain myself with a pale face. "Father, I mean, there's another way to do it. Don't question me, fool. Let's get that mentality straightened out." Thus, I was subjected to both magical and physical attacks at the magic barrier. Incidentally, the barrier wall was obliterated by a single blow from my father's attack. In that case, a lot of magic power was taken away, and the impact was tremendous. Needless to say, father made me repeat those things without mercy. Chapter 176. Today I am visiting Ellen and Alex's workshop with Diana. When I opened the door of their workshop, I shouted loudly so that even the workshop could hear me. "Ellen, Alex, are you two free now? Is it Master Id? I'm coming. Please wait a moment." After Ellen's voice answered immediately, Ellen hurriedly came out from the workshop in the back in her work clothes. Her face was covered with soot and dirt, probably from the work she had just done. "I'm sorry. It looks like I've come at a busy time." "No, don't worry about it. I've also received a letter from you saying that you would be visiting us soon." "So, what happened?" "Well, actually, I told Ellen that I was planning to purchase and accept about 150 slaves who are children of the beast folk race. I also wanted to make sure that Sandra, Ellen, and the children would be able to use the improved attribute appraiser for this purpose. I also wanted to know the progress of the development of the thing that I had requested from Ellen and others. Ellen looked surprised at the number of slaves I was accepting, but at the same time I think her eyes were shining. When I finished speaking, Ellen made a rare clicking sound, tensed her eyes, and spoke as loud as she could. "Read Sama, please give us more manpower. More manpower." "Oh, yeah, that's right. I heard a little bit about it from Sandra." "Sorry about the lack of people. That's partly why I wanted to have a little meeting with you before the slave children arrived." When Ellen heard my words, she looked happy and leaned forward to express her request with shining eyes. "Really? I'm sure you're right. Then I definitely want the fox people and the monkey people as the force personnel. After that, the ox people and bear people would be good for strength too." But please give top priority to the fox people. And, if it is okay, I would like to have all the foxmen in the slaves you have purchased." I was shocked by Ellen's fierce enthusiasm, something I rarely see, and my face twitched a little, but I never thought that Irene, a dwarf, would want the fox people so badly. "They are that great of a talent?" I flinched at Ellen's appearance and asked her to confirm it. "Is the fox people that great of a talent that Ellen wants so badly?" Ellen may have been surprised by my words, but she immediately smiled and said in a high voice, "Huh? You, Lord Reed, Don't know anything about the Fox people. In that case, let me tell you. The Fox people are a group of people with a natural talent for crafting weapons, just like us. I see. After that, Ellen happily told me about the Fox people. It is said that even in Gardaland, the land of the dwarves, the weapons of the Foxmen are recognized. Ellen and Alex were doubtful about it at first, but when they actually saw the weaponry made by the Foxmen, they realized that the reputation of the Foxmen was correct. The techniques used to make these weapons were created from a different perspective than that of the dwarves, and Ellen and Alex were very much moved by it. Ellen and Alex were very impressed by the craftsmanship of the Foxmen craftspeople whom they met when they left the country. After listening to Iren's story with interest, I replied to him with an impressed look on my face. I see. But even if the Fox people came, I don't think their age would be much different from mine, you know? In that case, I think they won't have time to learn any new skills, so it'll be difficult for them to be an immediate asset. Is that okay? Unfortunately, I don't think that the Fox people's children, who are sold as slaves, have the skills, no matter how much they are wanted by Iren. But at my words, Ellen put her index finger to the corner of her mouth and waved it from side to side, making a beaming face. No, no, no. That way of thinking is nonsense. What's important in production are materials, inspiration, and steady effort. In other words, I can turn the material of the Fox people into something I like. But rather, I will turn it into a fine craftsman with steady effort and inspiration, so there's no need to worry. So please give me as many Fox people as you can. After Ellen finished, she approached me and strongly grasped both of my hands. She looked at me with passionate and earnest gaze. I couldn't help but frown at how desperate she looked. I understand. I don't know how many of the Fox people will show up, but I'll try to assist as much as I can. Thank you. Wow. As expected of Reed's armor, it's helpful that you managed to get things done quickly. If it continued like this, Alex and I would be overwhelmed and in trouble. I'm looking forward to the arrival of the Foxman disciples. Ellen, who heard my reply, let go of my hand and put her hands on her cheeks, looking very happy and content. She seems to have already confirmed in her mind that the Fox people will be her disciples, and she is smiling. At that moment, I suddenly remembered what Ellen had said about the ape people. By the way, you said you wanted the ape people at first. Are they good at production too? She was surprised at my words and told me a little about the other tribes of beastmen. Oh, that's right. The ape people are good at fine craftsmanship rather than production. So I would like to ask them to help us with decoration and the production of small parts. Also, the work in the studio takes a lot of strength, so it would be great to get the help of the cows and the bear tribes. I see. I understand. I'll do my best to meet Ellen's needs as much as possible. Really? Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it. Ellen is very much looking forward to the beastmen children coming to the workshop and looks buoyant. At that time, Diana, who was watching the scene beside me and Ellen's conversation, cleared her throat. Rid-sama, I don't mean to be presumptuous, but isn't it about time we talked about another matter? I see. Ellen, you'll just have to hold off on the staffing issue for a little while longer. So, how are things going with the matters we were talking about at the beginning? The improvement of the attribute quality appraiser and the development of the charcoal truck. In response to my question, Ellen grinned confidently and gave me a fearless smile. I waited for her words with great anticipation. Chapter 177. I'd like to start by reporting on the improvement of the attribute qualities appraiser that Alex and I created. I nodded, thinking that the name of Ellen's invention was as unique as ever. Yes, please. So, to get straight to the conclusion, by simply holding your hand over this appraiser, the color will now react to the elemental qualities of the person holding it over. Wow, that's great. You did it. It was a lot of work with Sandra and the other researchers, trying to figure out what was right and wrong, and then making adjustments, but it was a lot of joy. Ellen happily expressed her sense of accomplishment. Sandra and all the researchers have been helping with the attribute quality appraiser. As Sandra said before, the availability of this appraiser is an important device that will be essential for future magical education. I am so glad this was completed before the slave children came. As I patted my chest with a look of relief on my face, Ellen looked at me curiously. By the way, Rid-sama, how do you intend to use this product? If you know the qualities of the attributes you have, I think it will be useful for training magic. Diana seemed to be curious about what Ellen was asking, as she followed suit and looked over at me. Reed-sama, if it's alright, I'd like to hear more about it. Then, since it's a good opportunity, why don't you ask Alex to join us and let's talk a little bit? I'll invite Alex to come and talk to you. I'll go get Alex. Ellen, who had finished listening to my words, replied and went directly into the back of the workshop to call Alex. Not long after that, Alex came along with Ellen. When Alex saw me, he bowed. I'm sorry, Master Rid. I've been working on something difficult. So I'm sorry it took me so long to meet you. No, I'm sorry for interrupting you at such short notice. After I responded to Alex, Ellen happily explained to him about the arrangement of the children of the beastmen tribe that she had talked to him about earlier. After Alex heard what I had to say, he looked as excited as Ellen and with a big smile on his face. He asked me to do the same thing she had asked me to do. I smiled at her and said, they're like brother and sister. Then, when I briefly told him what I had told Ellen, Alex agreed and looked happy. That would be a great help. Reed-sama. As Nei-san said, the manpower shortage is quite serious. But on the other hand, if we can resolve the manpower shortage, I think we'll be able to do a lot more. I promise you that. Thank you. I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. After Alex and I finished talking, Ellen spoke up. By the way, Reed-sama, I'd like to talk about what we will be doing with appraiser-kun. If you don't mind, would you like to talk in the back room? Well, could you show me the way? Yes, this way. Ellen led me to the room they were using for their meeting. The room we were shown was a simple room with a desk and chairs, but it was well maintained and clean. Ellen led the way and Diana and I sat down on chairs, and they sat down on one as well. But soon Alex huffed and opened his mouth. Oh, excuse me. Let me get you something to drink. Thank you, but I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Alex was about to get up from his seat as he said this, but I stopped him and continued. I'm going to talk about what I want to do with the attribute quality appraiser. That's, Alex, who had been standing as I began to explain, sat down in his chair and leaned forward with Ellen, who was curious about it. The next person sitting next to me, Diana, also has a very curious look in her eyes, although she doesn't show it on her face. I began to tell the three of them about what I was going to do. The attribute quality appraiser is essential to the magic education course that I created with Sandra and the others. First of all, I will use the machine to check the attributes of all the slaves who will come to the Bardia territory. Then, I plan to investigate whether attribute qualities have individual differences, or whether there are biases depending on the tribe. In the beastmen case, depending on the results of the attribute quality appraisal of the slave children, the magic they will learn and the work they will be asked to do will naturally change. We will also take this opportunity to find out more about their qualities. As a matter of fact, people who have lived in Bardia for a long time often have the attribute of fire. However, it is said that in the territory of a different noble family, it is rare for a person to have the attribute of fire. This is a point that Sandra and others have been wanting to investigate for some time. As a result, we had the opportunity to investigate the attributes and qualities of each tribe of beastmen. Generally, it is said that children inherit the qualities of their parents, but there is no clear proof of this. However, the results of this survey may support the fact that attributes and qualities are likely to be basically inherited from the parents. How are the attributes and qualities determined in every species? How are they passed on from parents to children? I think these are also issues that need to be clarified little by little, even if it is impossible to do so right now. In order to popularize magic in general, I was so enthusiastic about the possibilities for the future of magic. I suddenly noticed that everyone looked stunned and surprised by my explanation. Oh, sorry. I spoke too passionately. Anyway, as you can see from what I have just said, the attribute quality appraiser is an amazing product that will greatly advance the future of human beings and magic. Perhaps Ellen and Alex's names will remain as the developers of this machine for future generations. Ellen and Alex looked at each other and smiled. We're the developers who'll leave our names in history? Haha, that is indeed not possible. You are joking too much, Rid-sama. She is right. Besides, it was Rid-sama who ordered the development, right? If anyone's name is going to remain in history, it will be Rid-sama. I responded to their words with a puzzled look on my face. I don't want to leave my name to later generations, and I refuse to do so at all costs. But the development that the two of you have made means that the attribute qualification appraiser has such great potential. I again tell Ellen and Alex how great it is. But they say, that's not true, and laugh happily the whole time. I was so amazed at them, but then I remembered something I had forgotten to tell them. That's right. Sandra and the others also said they want the attribute aptitude appraiser for their research. Besides, one isn't enough. So please must produce as many of these attribute aptitude appraisers as you can within the month before the slave children arrive. What? Within a month? The two of them looked shocked at my words. I continued talking to them with a big smile on my face. Fufu. Once the attribute talent appraiser is mass produced, I think magical research will progress in no time. So please look forward to it. The two of them were stunned by my smile and my words. Chapter 178. I can see the devil's smile on Master Rid's face right now. You're right, sis. He says some of the most outrageous things lightly. Ellen and Alex are giving me a bitter looks as they are thinking about the mass production of the attribute qualification apparatus that I asked for. So how about the other thing I asked you to do, the development of the charcoal wheel? The two of them looked at each other with a resigned look on their faces when they heard my words, and Ellen turned serious and looked at me. I'm sorry. I've been busy improving the attribute qualification appraiser, so as far as the charcoal wheel is still a little while away, to get the charcoal wheel up and working. After I finished listening to Ellen, I spoke apologetically with a grim expression on my face. I see. I'm sorry to be so unreasonable, but circumstances have changed and I need you to hurry up with the development of the charcoal trucks as much as possible. What do you mean? Actually, Ellen and Alex looked a little puzzled at my words. I explained to them that there was a problem with the medicinal herbs used as raw materials for the medicine to cure my mother. I told them that I thought that transportation by charcoal truck would be an effective way to solve the problem. Originally, the idea of a charcoal truck came up when I was talking with Memory about how to solve the problem of the uncomfortable ride in the horse-drawn carriage when I visited Renote. This was also the reason why I decided to make charcoal. When I talked to Memory about improving the comfort of the carriage and the fuel problem, Memory said to me, then, solve the fuel problem by mass-producing charcoal. Furthermore, why not make cars that run on charcoal as Rid remembers? I wondered if I remembered the car that ran on charcoal in my past life, but it certainly was there in the memories that Memory pulled up. As expected, I did not know the details, but I had a rough idea of how it worked in my memory, so I handwritten a copy of it on paper and handed it to Ellen and Sandra. They were impressed by the knowledge I had of my previous life, and they were very interested in the idea. I asked Chris to find rubber trees for a variety of reasons, but the main reason was to make rubber tires for the charcoal truck. After Ellen and Alex finished listening to me, they became serious, put their hands over their mouths, and began to think about something. Then, after a short pause, Ellen opened her mouth. I understand. Alex and I will make it work. However, the problem is manpower, so if any of the beastmen have Foxmen, please give them to us as a first priority. Thank you. I'm sorry to have been so hard on you. When I finished, I turned to Ellen and Alex and bowed to them. They both looked flustered at me bowing, and Ellen spoke up. Rid-sama, please raise your head. We have decided to serve you. Then it is only natural that we should do our best for Rid-sama's mother, Nanali-sama. We will do everything to serve you, so please raise your heads. I was so happy with their words and feelings that I raised my head, and at the same time my eyes became warm and tears streamed down my cheeks. I wiped away my tears with the sleeve of my shirt and smiled broadly, my eyes slightly moist. Thank you both so much. I look forward to working with you in the future. After I finished my words, I looked at the two of them and saw that they were looking at me, and for some reason, they seemed taken aback by what they saw. Then, as if embarrassed, they turned a little red and scratched their cheeks with one hand. Was my tear-streaked face that weird? Just when I was thinking that, Ellen gave me a confused look. Rid-sama, your moist-eyed smile is so cute. It's like a smile bomb. The destructive power is so great that some people might really regret that Rid-sama is a boy. Hey, Alex? Huh? Sis, why are you dumping it on me? Because you're red in the face. Alex. The two of them were happily exchanging pleasantries, but I was frozen the moment I heard Ellen's words because it vividly reminded me of a horrible event that happened to me more than 6 months ago. At that instant, I remembered that he had confessed to me in disguise, and a chill ran through my body. I gasped, then walked over to Alex, grabbed both his shoulders and glared at him furiously. Alex, I'm devoted to Farah, so you should find someone else. Okay. What are you talking about? Even Rid-sama. I have someone I love. Alex was so shocked by what I said that he blurted out things he didn't need to say. It was Ellen who reacted quickly to those words. She gives Alex a smirk. I see Alex is at that age, isn't he? But, I see. That's why Alex always wants to go to Rid's mansion when he has an errand to run. Oh, are you interested in the ladies of the mansion? If so, is it one of their maids? That would be of interest to me as someone who serves the Bardia family. To her surprise, Diana smiled and climbed on board after hearing Ellen's words. Frightened by the intensity of Ellen and Diana, who rose from their chairs and snuck up on him, Alex also rose involuntarily from his chair and began to back away. But I could only give him a blank stare. Alex found himself cornered against a wall with nowhere to run. Ellen and Diana both gave him a capeton with one hand each, and then they suddenly brought their faces close together and quietly spoke to him in a threatening manner. Alex, you are my brother. Tell me who you like. Alex-sama, as a servant of the Bardia family, I need to know who you like. Alex is turning pale at the sight of the two of them. I wasn't sure I could stop them, so I watched with a smile on my face. At that moment, Alex looked at me and shouted, oh, that's right, Lord Reed, I completely forgot. I just finished the new wheelchair you requested for Lady Nunley. I'd like to show it to you, so would you be so kind as to come to the workshop? What? Really? Okay, let's go see it right away. Yes, please come this way. Alex responds to me quickly, as if he had found a way out of the situation. Ellen and Diana looked at us with resentful eyes and bored expressions on their faces as they listened to our exchange. But I pretended not to notice and let the situation pass by. Chapter 179. That day, Mel, Dad, and I gathered in Mother's room to watch with bated breath as Sandra performed her medical examination on Mother. During the examination, Mom was lying on the bed with only her upper body upright. After the examination, Sandra looked around at Mother and us and smiled gently. Compared to before, your magical power and physical condition have definitely improved. There's no doubt that the medicine is working. If you continue the treatment like this, I think you'll be able to make a complete recovery. Is it true that this disease can be cured? While we were all looking at her in surprise at her words, Mother asked Sandra again as if to confirm with a tremor in her voice. Sandra shook her head quietly and smiled. Yes, we cannot be too careful, but definitely, it is recovering little by little. If we continue to work hard, we will definitely be able to overcome it in the near future! Exclamation mark. Hearing the reply, Mother closed her eyes, lowered her head slightly, and began to quietly sob while placing both hands over her mouth. Seeing this, my father quietly approached my mother and embraced her tenderly. Good. I'm so glad. We're almost done. Let's work together. Yes, my dear. I felt my eyes warm up as I watched my mother and father, and tears naturally streamed down my cheeks. I am determined to save my mother when I got back the memory of my previous life. But somewhere in the back of my mind was the fear that I might not make it in time. I would be lying if I said that I was not anxious about whether the medicine I had made would actually work or not, because I would not know until I tried it. But now, at last, Signs of a full recovery are starting to appear, albeit gradually, in my mother. As I was being moved by this, Mel, who was standing next to me, tugged at the sleeve of my shirt. "What's wrong, Mel? You mean that mother is going to be fine?" Mel tilts her head to the side a little and looks at me expectantly. Mel must have been feeling something about mother's condition. I wiped my tears with the sleeve of my clothes and smiled. "Not right now, but if we continue with the current treatment, she will be fine." "Really? Really, really?" Mel looked very happy, but there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. I smiled at Mel again. "Yes, it's the truth, the whole truth." Mel understood the intent of my words, and with a carefree smile on her face, she hugged mother and father with all her might, tears streaming down her face. "Mother! Mother!" They were startled for a moment by Mel's sudden hug, but soon after, they both smiled and gently embraced her. I felt my eyes warm up again at the sight of them, and again wiped my tears with the sleeve of my shirt. Then, noticing my condition, mother smiled at me. "Rid, come over here, too." But, well, for some reason, I felt embarrassed and hesitated. However, Mel noticed what was going on and ran over to me, grabbing my hand and pulling me towards her forcefully. "You're so stubborn, big brother. It's okay to be spoiled at times like this, you know." "I see. That's right. Is that okay, mother?" I asked, a little embarrassed, and mother smiled lovingly and hugged me close to her chest. "Thank you, Reed. I've heard a lot from Raina. It's all thanks to you." No. Well. But. After this, I couldn't stop crying in my mother's arms. Without caring who was watching, mother continued to hold me tenderly until I stopped crying and calmed down. After a while, mother gently murmured to me in her arms, "This reminds me of when Rid was much smaller. Have you calmed down a bit?" "Yes, thank you, mother." I sniffled a little, wiped my face with the sleeve of my clothing, and looked up from mother's chest. Further saw the look on my face and smiled happily. "It's been a long time since I've seen you like that." When father finished, Mel, who was standing next to me, also looked into my face and then smiled happily. "You have been crying so much. Your eyes are all blurry." "You're more crybaby than me, aren't you?" "I guess you're right. I'm more of a crybaby than I thought," I responded to my father and Mel with a smile on my face. Mother saw our exchange and smiled happily. At that moment, I looked at my mother's face and said, "Mother, I forgot. Actually, I have something to show you today. Please wait a moment." "What is it?" I brought the wheelchair I had prepared outside the room into the room and began to explain it to my mother, who looked at me with a puzzled look on her face. "This is a wheelchair made by Ellen and Alex, two dwarf craftsmen. It is made of new materials and is much more comfortable than a traditional wheelchair. Mother's condition is improving little by little, so I thought she'd need it eventually. So I prepared one for her." Yes, this wheelchair was given to me the other day when I visited Ellen and Alex's workshop. The new materials would be the rubber tires and the iron that is being used. Wheelchairs in this world are basically made of wood, which is not very mobile or comfortable to ride in. Therefore, we asked Ellen to make a wheelchair to use as a prototype for rubber tires in the process of making a charcoal wheelchair. When I explained that my mother would be using the wheelchair, Ellen and Alex were very enthusiastic, saying, "We are going to put our skills to the test." The completed wheelchair was the result of incorporating my opinions, etc., and it was almost the same shape as the wheelchair I remembered from my previous life. I actually tried it myself, and I think it's quite good. Mother looks surprised and a little puzzled. But it was Mel whose eyes lit up when she saw the wheelchair. Mel approached the wheelchair with great interest, her eyes shining as she looked and touched everything. "Wow! This is amazing. If she uses this, can my mom go outside too?" In response to Mel's words, Sandra looked down for a moment to think, then looked up and smiled. "Yes, that's right. Since Nanali's health is improving, I think a wheelchair will be no problem for her to use in the house for physical rehabilitation and a change of pace." "Really? Yay!" "Haha, that's great," Mel said with a big smile, and Mother nodded happily and shifted her gaze to me. "Yes, I'm happy, too." "Thank you, Rid." "No, I'm glad you're happy, Mother. At that moment, my father, who had been watching our conversation from the side, seemed to have an idea, smiled, approached Mother's side, and quickly took her in a princess's carry. Mother's face turned red with surprise at the suddenness of the situation. "Oh, my dear, what happened all of a sudden?" "I've got the doctor's permission now. The best thing to do is to hurry up." Father carefully carried Mother to the wheelchair and sat her down slowly. Mother was embarrassed to be carried as a princess in front of us, even for a brief period of time, and covered her face with her hands. However, it doesn't hide the fact that her ears are bright red. I was smiling at the exchange between my mother and father. Mother, how is the wheelchair?" "Eh? Oh, yes, I think it's good." In an attempt to save face, Mother was checking the range of the wheelchair's touch and the comfort of the seat. Father, smiling at Mother's flustered appearance, casually moves behind her and grabs the handle to push the wheelchair. Then further smiles, puts his face close to Mother's ear, and whispers, "Then, shall we go?" "Eh? Where are we going?" Mother was unusually embarrassed and surprised, while Mel and I were smiling brightly. My father and I pushed Mom's wheelchair as we strolled around the Bardia family mansion together. Mother seemed a little shy at first as we moved around the house, but in the end she seemed happy to be able to look around the house for the first time in a long time. Everyone in the mansion also seemed pleased to see Mother, smiling in unison when they saw her. Needless to say, the atmosphere in the mansion became brighter than before after that day. Chapter 180. "I'm sorry, Chris. I wish I could have come with you." "Don't worry, Mr. Ridd. I will be safe with Rubens as well as Dinas, the commander of the Knights." In spite of my worries, Chris is smiling confidently. Chris and Dinas were leaving for Basto today, and I was there to see them off. When we had a meeting before, the biggest problem that we could think of when purchasing slaves is manpower and carriage to transport the slaves. However, I was able to prepare the number of staff from the Bardia Knights and the number of carriages from the Adventurers Guild and the Saffron Trading Company. All that remained was to purchase the slave children in Basto. I really wanted to go to Basto myself, but my position did not allow me to do so. Therefore, this time I left it to Chris, Dinas, and the others. I held out the envelope containing the documents to Chris, who was smiling. "This is the envelope with the papers in it. I think this is the best I can do since I can't go to Basto. Think of it as a good luck charm and use it in case of emergency." Chris took the envelope and looked a little curious. "Thank you very much." "May I see what's inside?" "Yes, open it." When I nodded at her words, Chris carefully opened the envelope and took out the papers inside. She then looked through them and her expression changed to that of surprise. "Read Sama. This is HMM." "Surprised?" "I told you about it at the meeting, in case you were wondering. As you can see, the content of the papers is to prove that Chris is related to the Bardia family. It's listed with our crest, so I don't think anyone can touch Chris unless he's very foolish." I smiled at Chris, who still had a look of surprise on her face. In Basto, non-human races can be bought and sold as slaves, but it seems that elves and dark elves are the ones who are sold as the most valuable among them. The dark elves are forbidden in Basto due to diplomatic reasons, but the elves are not prohibited. I think if Chris went to such a place, it would be a like duck carrying a leek on her back thing. Of course, she will be escorted by Dinas and the other knights, and she will be in disguise, so the danger may be low, but she still needs to take all possible precautions. I kept smiling and continued talking to Chris. "There must still be something in the envelope, so take it out." "What?" "Yes." Chris turned the envelope upside down and took out the thing in it on her palm. At first, she looked at me suspiciously. "What is it?" Chris looked dubious at first, but when she realized what it was, she looked surprised again. "Master Ridd, isn't this the crest of the Bardia family?" "Yes, it is. I asked Helen to make this for you, and it has our family crest on it. I think it will be an absolute ID card when combined with the papers I just sent you. It has my name on it, so don't abuse it, okay? I want Chris to have it as a good luck talisman as well." Chris was stunned and seemed taken aback when she heard what I had said. In this world, if you want to imitate and use something that has a noble's crest on it without permission, You can do so to some extent depending on the discretion of the noble. In the first place, most of the time, the purpose of imitating a noble's crest is for the purpose of misuse. For this reason, people who try to do something without permission are usually executed. Of course, in order to prevent false charges, evidence is submitted and trials are held. But it is a well-known fact that the punishment is harsh, so it is rare for anyone to mess with a nobleman's coat of arms. Chris showed fearful restraint as she shook her hand holding the Bardia family's crested medallion. No, but, as expected, you don't have to go this far. Her words made me change my face and raise my voice loudly. That's not going to happen. Chris is someone that Bardia needs. And that I need in case of an emergency. This much is only natural. Oh yes, I know. It's a good luck talisman. I understand. I will use both the papers and the crest with appreciation. Chris flinched and nodded to me, and then turned her head down. Did I say a little too much? I looked at her face worriedly. But if something happened to Chris, I don't think I could ever forgive myself. So, right? I understand, so please don't stare at my face too much. Chris was embarrassed and turned her palms towards me, looking flustered. Someone who had been watching our exchange spoke to me in a bold voice. Lord Reed, don't worry. Rubens and I will take good care of Lady Chris, so please rest assured. When Chris and I turned around to where the voice came from, there was Commander Dinas, his shaved head shining in the sunlight. He was dressed as a rough-and-tumble adventurer, unlike the usual uniform of the knights. Then Rubens, also dressed like an adventurer, appeared from behind Dinas. Yes, sir. I will be accompanying you this time, so I will protect Chris-san. Yes, Commander Dinas and Rubens, please protect Chris. The two of them nodded and bowed to me after smiling at my words. When they looked up, we were still chatting with Chris as well. Then my father walked over to us and said to Chris, "Chris, we are putting you through a lot of trouble, but I'm counting on you." "Yes, I understand. I will certainly live up to the expectations of Master Rainer and Master Rid." As she spoke, she looked at my father and me in turn and spoke in a strong, dignified voice. Further smiled at her. After listening to Chris's words, I asked Chris about Emma, who was not here. "Speaking of which, where is Emma? She is not going this time? Going with you?" "No, Emma is coming this time, too, but she is busy with the final confirmation of her departure." Chris turned her gaze to the carriage in which she herself would be riding. I followed Chris' gaze and looked at the carriage, and sure enough, I could see Emma looking very busy there. When Emma noticed our gaze, she smiled and ran up to us. "Master Rid, Master Rainer, everyone, thank you for all of your kindness." When Emma finished, she looked around at us and then bowed. She then looked up and shifted her gaze to Chris. "Chris, the checks are complete. We can leave anytime." "I understand." "Thank you, Emma. Now, Master Rid, I think it's time to go." Chris nodded in reply to Emma, and then she looked at me and smiled the confident smile she had shown me at first. Seeing her smile, I nodded and held out my hand for a strong handshake with Chris. "Yeah, be careful on the way. It's a hard task, but I'm counting on you to do it. And you have to promise me not to do anything rash, okay?" "Fufu, I understand. I promise I won't push myself too hard. Thank you for your kind words and concern." After she finished her words, she got into the carriage. When Chris got into the carriage, Dinas, Rubens, and the others also got on their horses and gave the order to depart. Thus, the group departed from the Bardia territory for Basto, as if protecting the Christie Trading Company's carriage. My father and I stood there and watched them until they disappeared from sight. Chapter 181. Looks like Farah is doing well. I was in my room looking over a letter that had arrived from Farah in Renote. I have been writing to her since the incident in Renote. When I wrote in the letter that the nickname Lucky Princess Farah had spread to everyone in the mansion, I could feel her panic through the letter and it was cute. As for the origin of the nickname, I told her in the letter that I went to see Farah, which triggered a series of good events, including my mother's medical treatment and meeting dwarves, and that the nickname Princess Farah of Good Luck took root as I told her about it. In fact, The nickname became popular after Capella told Mother inadvertently that dark elves whose ears move in response to emotions are rare, and so they are a symbol of good fortune, and so the nickname had spread. Farah's ears sometimes move up and down depending on her emotions. Since she has not told me about this in person yet, I will pretend I don't know about it until she does. I read the letter all the way through, but only the last sentence concerns me. But anyway, what did Farah mean when she said, "There's something I want to show you when you come to the Baldia territory"? Asuna also praised me, so please look forward to it. When I started exchanging letters with Farah, the letter mentioned that she had started something new early on, but she would not consistently tell me what it was. She has a tendency to start things out of the blue, so that's the only thing that bothers me. Well, that kind of thing is part of Farah's charm, but the fact that Asuna is praising her probably means that people around her approve of what she is doing, so I guess I don't have to worry that much. While I was thinking a little with Farah's letter in my hand, there was a knock at the door. I put Farah's letter away and then answered it. The door was opened and Diana's voice echoed. "Excuse me, Master Rid. It's almost time for you and Master Cross to begin your training." "Oh, yes. I'll be right there." After I replied, I immediately went to the training ground with Diana. When I arrived at the training ground, Cross and Capella were already there, and I approached them quickly. "Sorry, Cross. Did I keep you waiting?" "No. I just arrived and had a chat with Capella about various things." Cross bowed to me, looked up, and shifted his gaze from me to Capella. Capella was expressionless, but he too bowed to me, exuding a slightly cheerful atmosphere. I heard that Cross had been to Reincarnated before when he was an adventurer, so we had a little chat. "Really, Cross, you've been to Reincarnated, right? By the way, have you visited other countries as well?" I responded to Capella, and shifted my gaze to Cross. Cross scratched his cheek a little embarrassed. "I guess so. I have been to all the neighboring countries of Magnolia, although I have not crossed the ocean as you would expect. That experience was one of the factors that led me to join the Knights of Bardia." "Oh. Then, next time, I would like to hear about the various countries you have visited." I had a look of admiration in my eyes when I heard his words. I had heard that he was an adventurer before he joined the Knights of Bardia, but I had no idea that Cross had visited so many countries. Cross smiled happily at my words. "Okay, I will tell you more about that next time, but today, we are going to train you in a practical battle using a combination of magic barrier and martial arts. Shall we?" "Yeah, let's give it a try." After doing some preparatory exercises, Cross and I moved to the middle of the training grounds and faced each other, Cross with his wooden sword and me with mine. We will be doing practical training in magic and martial arts, but before that, there is a technique I would like to show you. Please attack me once with your magic. Okay, but isn't it dangerous? Cross's words make me doubtful, but he looks at me with a wry smile on his face. "Oh, just be sure to use moderate power and tell me the spell name when you shoot." "Okay, I'll shoot it." "Fire spear." I nodded and, looking at him confidently, held out one hand and chanted the spell name. The moment I do that, a fire spear will be generated from my hand and fly straight at Cross, but Cross didn't avoid it and faced the flying spell with his wooden sword at the ready. Is he really going to try to hit it? Just when I was worried, Cross let out a yell. "Oh!" Cross cut off my flying spell with his wooden sword the moment it came within range. The magic that was sliced away disappeared on the spot. However, his wooden sword does not seem to have a single scratch on it. I was shocked at the instantaneous event that happened before my eyes, and my eyes were shining with excitement. "No way." What did you just do?" As you see, Master Rid." I cut the spell. I will now teach you what I just did." "Is such a thing possible to cut a spell?" But Cross actually showed me how he cut my fire spear with a wooden sword by using the skill he spoke of. In other words, he must be using some kind of method. And he is willing to teach me how to do it. I couldn't contain my excitement at this new skill, so I ran up to him and gave him a big smile. "Really? Are you really going to teach me that skill?" "If it's a joke, I'll never forgive you." "Of course, I won't lie to you. But may I ask you to step away for a moment so I can explain how it works?" "What?" "Oh, yes. Excuse me. I was so close to Cross that I moved away from him a little, blushing a little from embarrassment due to my overexcitement. Then I saw him looking at me with interest. What's wrong? What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Oh, no. I just thought that up close. You have a really nice face, Master Rid. What? Well, do you think so? I felt my face heat up with embarrassment at the unexpected words of Cross. He smiled kindly at me. Your hair color is like Raina's, but your face looks a lot like Nanali's. I'm glad you said that. Thank you. I had never really thought about whether I had inherited the good qualities of my father and mother, but it makes me very glad to hear that. I couldn't help but smile and say I remembered that Cross has a kid, too, right? I asked him about his kid. To think of it, Cross has a child, doesn't you? As soon as he heard my words, Cross had a big smile on his face, his voice, and he said in a loud, high voice, I have a daughter the same age as Melody, and she's just like her mother, and she's very cute. I see. Cross's face suddenly lights up as if he's a completely different person, and when his expression becomes one of happiness, he can't stop talking about his children. My face twitched when I heard Cross say that, but since I had already asked him, there was no way I could stop him, so I ended up listening to him brag about his daughter for a while. Chapter 182. How much time had passed since I had asked about Cross's kid. He still looked pleased and continued to talk about his family. Hey, Master Lid, isn't my daughter pretty? You see, I asked an artisan I know to paint my daughter and my wife on a small piece of paper. I always carry it with me so that I can look at it anytime, any place. Then Commander Dinas asked me who I preferred, my daughter or my wife. But that's a matter of course. My wife or my daughter, both of them. Of course. What do you think, Master Rid? I, who kept listening to Cross bragging about his wife and daughter, was stunned. Before I knew it, I was just going from one person to the next. But I suddenly regained consciousness when he asked me a question. Yes. You can't really compare my wife and my daughter, isn't that right? I don't understand what Commander Dinas is thinking when he says such a thing, and it's difficult to understand his words. And is it still going on? Surely it's still going on. Just as my face began to turn pale with exhaustion, the goddess of salvation spoke. Please stop right there, Vice Commander Cross. If you are going to talk about the charms of your wife and daughter to Master Rid, it will be difficult for him to understand you. If you are going to speak, please speak to someone who can understand you. Diana is right, isn't she? I am sorry to have to put you through such a long talk, Master Rid. Cross, as pointed out by the goddess Diana, bows to me after he finished speaking. I was indeed a little taken aback at the sight and smiled dryly. Haha, it's okay. I'm the one who asked about your child. More than that, I'd like you to teach me the skill of slicing away the spell you showed me earlier as soon as possible. Oh? That's right. I was so caught up in the conversation that I forgot about it. Cross smiled brightly in response to my question and showed an expression of surprise. At that moment, I had a slightly dark feeling and a certain question in my mind. Is this personality the real reason why Commander Dinas took Rubens instead of Cross? After muttering in my mind, I huffed and shook my head. I still don't know much about Cross, and yet, it's not good to make assumptions. Besides, he said I look like my mother and father, and he's going to teach me some new skills. I give him a dark smile. May I ask you to cut the jokes a bit and get started? Yes, of course. I'll explain it to you. Cross seemed to sense the black aura that I had created with my dark smile, and he put on a slightly awkward face and began to explain to me about the technique that had just dispelled the magic. I forgot how tired I was and started to listen to the story with my eyes shining. The explanation was really interesting, and what Cross did was a kind of magic called magic addition, which is similar to a magic barrier. As the name implies, adding magic means to add the magic of the wielder to an object. The skill that Cross just showed me was to add magic to a wooden sword. So instead of wooden sword and magic, magic and witchcraft collided with each other and cancelled out the magic that I had just fired. I wrinkled my brows a little as I asked Cross for confirmation. So you're saying that if magic power is applied to an object, it can cancel out the spell of anything? You are right, but not exactly. It is true that if you add magic to an object, you can make it a magical weapon that can cancel out the spell. However, if the object does not have the durability to resist magic, the object itself will be destroyed before it can be used. Even if magic is added, the object's durability isn't strong enough. Even though you are adding magic? I looked at Cross with a suspicious expression on my face, wondering what he was trying to say. Cross looked at my face and continued his explanation with a smile. Let's say you hit a pebble with a wooden sword and it flies away. The pebble will fly away, but there will also be a slight impact on the wooden sword that struck it. The same goes for adding magic, and although the magic can be cancelled by the added object, the impact of the magic when it is received cannot be erased. In other words, even if an object that has been enchanted with magical power can erase the magic, it cannot erase the impact. So, if the object that has been enchanted with magical power cannot withstand the impact of the attack magic, it cannot be countered. In response to my question, Cross nodded and continued talking while showing me the wooden sword. You are right. When I sliced away Master Rid's magic just now, there was a certain amount of shock. If the magic had been more powerful, even with the magic power added, the wooden sword would have broken first from the impact of catching the spell, and I don't think it would have been able to offset it. After I finished listening to Cross's explanation, I turned my head down as if in thought. Magical power enchantment is another interesting type of magic. The quality of the object to be enchanted is also important, although it can be used to offset offensive magic. And depending on the amount of magic power and ability of the person performing the magic, it may be possible to do a variety of things. For example, as I was thinking about this, a question arose in my mind and I posed it to Cross. You mean that offsetting by magical power impartation is effective against magic produced by magic power, right? Then is it less effective for magic called manipulative magic? Cross looked surprised at my question. You noticed it very well. You are right. The manipulative magic of the earth and wood attributes is not a magic generated by magic power. It is manipulating existing earth and trees, so you could call it magic with an object. Even with the addition of magic, it is not easy to cut the moving earth and wood with manipulative magic. I don't think there are many people who would use this type of spell, but if someone uses earth and tree magic, you can either deal with them with a magic barrier or just dodge. The more I listen to Cross, the more I feel the potential of magic. On the other hand, it seems like it would be quite difficult when it actually comes to a fight where magic, swords, and everything else is involved. But, magic is still really interesting. As I was smiling happily at my newfound knowledge of magic, Cross suddenly clapped his hands with a pan sound. Now, Master Id, that's enough explanation. The next step is to try to actually add magic power. Once you've done that, you can have a showdown with me using magic. Okay, I'll get it working right away. Cross smiled happily at me as I nodded and replied with a big smile on my face. Chapter 183. Now I was on the training grounds, facing Diana, a little distance away from her. Master Id, I'm coming now. Yes, please, Diana. When I nodded my head in reply, she held out one hand slowly, as if to show me her palm. Then, as she looked at me, she uttered a voice. Fire spear. At the same time as Diana uttered her voice, a fire spear was generated from her palm and flew straight toward me. I concentrated and cast my magic power into the wooden sword in my hand to add magic power to it. Then, with a cry of "Ha!" I used the wooden sword to cleave the fire spear that was coming right in front of me. The moment the spell and the wooden sword made contact, I felt a shock in my hand and arm that it was holding the wooden sword. The sensation may be similar to that of striking a ball with a bat. However, the impact vanished in an instant, and the fire spear that was right in front of me was successfully destroyed by a slash from the wooden sword. Trembling, I pointed the tip of my wooden sword towards the sky and let out a roar of joy. I did it. Diana, who had been standing a short distance away, ran up to me and smiled. Well done, Master Rid. Diana, Thank you for helping me. I happily thanked Diana for helping me learn how to use a wooden sword with magical powers to slice away the magic. Afterwards, I turned my gaze to Cross, who was coaching me next to me, with a smile on my face. Then he smiled at me, as expected of Reed-sama. I didn't think you'd master the magic enchantment technique so quickly. The magic addition is performed with the image of covering the object in your hand with magic power. But since the activation is quite limited, a clear image of the object is necessary. I feel that it has been a long time since I have struggled to learn magic. I can say that my magic power is connected to the wooden sword I am holding, and a little bit of magic power always flows from my body, that kind of feeling. I shook my head lightly at Cross's words. No, it was because of the way you taught me. Thank you. No, I only told you how to do it. It's all about your ability, Master Rid. I was happy to hear Cross's words of praise, and I was a little embarrassed. But one thing suddenly struck me and I turned around and looked at him suspiciously. Come to think of it, why didn't Sandra teach me about magical addition? Yes, if it was Sandra, there is no way she would not have known about magic addition. When she taught me about the magic barrier, she could have taught me about magic addition as well. When Cross heard what I said, he answered with a wry smile. Oh, that's right. Sandra-sama asked me to teach you about magic addition. Oh, is that so? But why? I couldn't help but express my surprise at Cross's words. I don't think there are many magicians who are better than Sandra. But is Cross actually very good with magic? In order to enchant a wooden sword with magic and ward off magic, you need some swordsmanship. However, since Sandra-sama was apparently not very skilled at swordsmanship, I decided to teach you how to enchant it. Ah, swordsmanship, I see. I was taken aback by his words, then nodded in understanding. Certainly, it would be possible for Sandra to turn a magical addition into a wooden sword. But I think it would be difficult for her, whose main focus is research, to reap the oncoming magic with a sword. If she was asked to do it, Sandra might be able to handle it. Cross nodded at my reply, then his eyes sharpened a little and he said, well then, I think it's time for some actual combat training. I understand. We use both magic and swordsmanship, don't we? In response to my question, Cross lightly shook his head. No, Rid-sama has just learned to add magic, so please use mainly magic. I will focus on swordsmanship. Then I can show you how to use the magic barrier and magic addition. I understand. But I think I'm pretty strong with magic as my main weapon. That is what I would like to hear. I have heard that from Lady Sandra as well. However, let me tell you that magical talent is not a decisive factor in battle. Cross smiles wryly and bows to me. I'm not going to go easy on you. I'll take it as well as I can. Then let's gain a little distance. He nodded, turned his back to me and moved away, at the same time calling out to Capella, who was nearby. Capella, may I ask you to be the referee for the match between me and Lord Reed? Yes, sir. Capella nodded and walked between me and Cross. Cross looked me squarely in the face from a short way off and smiled as he held his wooden sword up in front of him. Please come at me anytime, Mr. Reed. Okay. Capella, please give the signal to begin. Capella nodded in response to my request, and then spoke loudly. Then, let's begin the match between Rid-sama and Cross-sama. Let the match begin. As soon as Capella's voice echoed through the training grounds, I fired 3 fire spears at Cross as a way of greeting. However, Cross does not try to avoid them, but rather confronts them with a smirk on his face. And then he cleaves away the fire spears that are so close to him with his wooden sword, making them disappear at a leisurely pace. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, I frowned and muttered involuntarily. As expected, the vice commander of the Bardia Knights, recognized by both Father and Commander Dinners, is no joke. I am honored by your praise. However, although Master Rid's fire spear is a great spell, it is a straight line one. With a distance like this, it is easy to slice away. Now, I'll go next. As soon as he had finished saying this, he instantly closed the gap between us using body enhancement, and I quickly caught him with the wooden sword I had in my hand. The attack from Cross was heavy, but not so heavy that it was impossible to withstand. Perhaps he was holding back. As a result, Cross and I were locked in a sword fight. In the midst of this, I had a frustrated look on my face. Aren't you going to let me fight mainly with magic? It's a real battle mode, you know. I said magic-based, but I didn't say you don't have to use a sword. When he finishes, Cross still smiles with a relaxed smile. Fine. Then I'll show you my magic. I finished, and then I cast a spell in my mind. The name of the spell is Earth Observation. As the name implies, it is a spell to manipulate the Earth with Earth attribute magic. I can't make elaborate things, but I can make simple things such as walls and scaffolding. Huh? Cross was quick to sense something was happening around my feet and pulled back, a look of shock on his face. With a roar, the earth suddenly rose up from under my feet and a mud wall was formed in front of me. But it's not finished yet. I quickly step out from the side of the wall and shoot a fire spear, but not just 3 shots. As I had done earlier, small fire spears were generated around my fingertips. I fired them in rapid succession like a machine gun. There are even variations like this in magic. The continuous sound of the fire spears being shot out in succession echoed around the area. Cross was distracted by a wall of earth that suddenly appeared from the ground, and was late in taking evasive action. As a result, my magic is blocked by a magic barrier. I didn't know that you could use that kind of earth-attributed magic. And the magic derived from this fire spear is also great. Thanks for the compliment, but I wonder how long Cross's magic barrier will last. Continue firing my fire spears at Cross with the intention of destroying his magic barrier. My magical power is greater than ever before, so I can spare this much. If I keep firing my fire spears and barrage of attacks like this, I'll be victorious. Just when I was thinking that, Cross lowered his stance and released the barrier, and at the same time, he jumped backwards to get away from me. I won't let you go. Second fire spear, 10 spears. As I cast a spell, 10 slightly smaller than normal fire spears were created to surround me, and they flew toward Cross as if they were tracking him. Yes, the fire spear type 2 is less powerful than the fire spear, but it is a magic that incorporates a tracking capability. It chases the opponent like a missile. Cross thought he was avoiding it, but was startled to see the fire spear tracking him from behind. However, he seems to have understood its nature immediately. He turned around to see the 10 fire spears tracking behind him and cut them all down with his wooden sword. I don't miss the moment when he swings away. Cross stopped his legs to cut them down. I put my hands on the ground and cast another spell in my mind. The name is Vine Manipulation Rope Binding, a spell of wood magic to create plant vines and restrain the opponent. The strength of the vine is proportional to the amount of magic power used. Cross cuts off my spell and immediately shifts his gaze to me. But it was too late. At that moment, a vine grows out from under his feet and begins to entangle Cross in an effort to restrain him. Is this also your magic, Master Id? I told you, didn't I? I'll show you my magic. This is the end of the fight. The spells that I am using now in various ways were conceived while doing the charcoal making that I did after returning from Reincarnated. It is a spell that was secretly created without anyone's knowledge by diverting knowledge of earth and wood attribute magic, so even though it is Cross, it should be hard to deal with if it is your first time seeing it. Besides, a wooden sword would not be able to cut the vine. With this, I win. Just when I thought that, Cross gave me a nasty smirk. It looks like you'll lose if you don't get serious. Well, since we're here, let me show you a derivative of the magic addition. What? I get a bad feeling about Cross's words. At that moment, Cross cuts off the attacking vines! Exclamation mark. I was astonished at the sight. The vines created by magic are infused with a little more magical power than normal. In other words, even though they should have had a certain degree of strength, but Cross cut them with a wooden sword, and then he comes running through and closing the gap, quickly cutting away the vines that attack. What the hell? Pooh! Fire spear type 2 10 spears. I immediately shoot another attack spell to check him. However, he kept advancing, cutting off all my magic and not stopping his momentum. Master Id's magic is indeed great, but if it doesn't hit you, it doesn't matter what the spell is to me. No, you're slicing it. So it must have hit you. When he was close to me, I quickly created a wall of earth between me and him to help me regain my balance. However, he jumped over the wall with a high leap, taking advantage of his physical strength, and landed behind me, flipping his body in the air. I sensed the danger, turned around, and at the same time activated the barrier. This is the most advanced version of Magical Power Edition. Feel it for yourself, Cross shouted loudly as he swung his wooden sword down at me. At that moment, I felt the wooden sword cut through the barrier that I had created. What do you mean? Doesn't the magic barrier also protect against physical attacks? Yes, my barrier wall was cut open by a blow from his wooden sword. The impact caused me to fall on my bottom and I found myself looking up at Cross, and his broken wooden sword was in front of me. Cross looked at my embarrassed expression, then gave me a gentle smile. That's the trap. The power of martial arts combined with magical power increases dramatically. Magic power can be used not only to cut magic, but also for attack. However, to obtain that much power, you will need to train both your magic and martial arts accordingly. It's not fair. You should have told me that earlier. I looked up at Cross with a grim look in my eyes and fell backwards, sprawled out on the ground in a heap. At that moment, Capella's voice echoed through the training grounds. The match is won by Master Cross. Combining magical power with martial arts increases power dramatically. Huh? Come to think of it, my father once had my magical barrier erased, but I wonder if that was how it happened, too. Thinking back on that, I let out a frustrated sigh as I looked up at the sky. I lost. I looked up to see a shadow above me, and there she was, Diana, with a dark grin on her face. Master Id, that was a great match. Diana, still wearing a dark smile, holds out her hand to me and helps me up. As I stand up with her help, I thank her, puzzled by her mood. Yes, thank you. By the way, Master Id, what magic did you use during the match? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Did you create it without telling us? I huffed and felt an unpleasant sweat begin to run down my cheeks. As much as possible, I work with Sandra and the others when I make magic. However, the magic I used in this match was something I came up with when I couldn't wait any longer. Created it secretly and practiced in secret. I noticed that Capella also had a stunned look on his face. I looked around and let out a dry laugh. Ahahaha, I just thought of it. But that won't work, right? Of course not. After that, I was scolded by my chaperone, Diana, and I was left hanging in the corner for a while. Chapter 184. At the mansion of Tribal Chief Gareth Grandk in Forna, the capital of the Fox people, there was a young man walking down the corridor at a quick pace. His name is Melbus Grandk. He is the second son of the Grandk family, and is in charge of the family's political duties at a young age. When he arrived at a room, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door with a nervous look on his face. Brother, it's Melbus. May I come in to discuss something with you? Very well, come in. Excuse me. Hearing Elba's deep, heavy voice, Melbus opens the door and enters with a stiff look on his face. But there was also an unexpected person there, who frowned at him. I didn't expect Rafa to be here too. Oh, brother, I'm sure you're not pleased with my presence. I was just accompanying Brother Elba for his exercise a few minutes ago. It was intense and very enjoyable. So I'm taking a little break. Rafa is sitting on the sofa, blushing and giving off a seductive vibe as she holds her hair over her ears in a showy manner. She is the eldest daughter of the Grandk family and sister of Elba and Melbus. Not only are her large breasts and great figure enough to draw the attention of anyone, but the seductive and alluring aura she exudes is sure to make any man turn his head at least once. She has such charm, but in the Grandk family, she is the second most powerful fighter after Elba. Elba looks at Rafa and smiles. She is indeed a person who can afford to enjoy herself in exercising with me, even though I have been holding back. Exercising with Brother Elba is the only way I can pass the time these days. Melbus let out a sigh of dismay at the exchange between Elba and Rafa. Brother and Rafa, please keep your exercise to a modest level, okay? If the two of you get serious, the repair costs will be great. Besides, it would be terrible if you got hurt. What Elba and Rafa mean by exercise is a fight using martial arts and magic. Not only the fox people, but also the other beast people often engage in battles in search of greater strength. However, the more powerful they are, the more their opponents are limited. Elba often uses Rafa, who is the most powerful fighter in the clan despite their differences, as his opponent because he does not have an opponent of similar strength. On the day that Melbus asked about Elba, the two were probably engaged in a fight as a form of exercise. Neither Rafa nor I are dumb enough to get hurt. What more can I do for you, Melbus? Elba gives a sharp look to Melbus, who is sitting on the sofa and standing in front of the door. When he noticed the look, his expression tensed. Excuse me, the truth is, I have received a consultation from a slave trader in Bast regarding a large sale of slaves. Apparently, they want to purchase all the slaves in one go. They want to purchase that many slaves in one go. Let me hear the details. Melbus nodded to Elba's words and politely reported the consultations that came from the Balistoslavas. As for the slave traders, there was a trading company that had been wanting a large number of slaves for some time. Upon hearing the information about this slave sale, it was said that the trading company had offered to purchase the slaves of the beastmen in one go. He thought it was a negotiation for a discount by buying in one go, but the price was fair, and he could expect more profit than if he sold the slaves piecemeal. However, there were other trading companies and individuals who wanted the beastmen slaves, so Melbus could not make a decision based solely on the slave traders he had access to, so he asked for advice. My personal opinion is that we can offer them to the trading company that wants to buy them in one go because it will also bring in a definite profit. Slaves of beastmen can be found on the market even if we don't prepare them in the future. Thanks to those who buy in bulk, the market price at the next slave sale is likely to rise as well. What do you think, brother? Elba heard the report, put his hand over his mouth, and after a short pause, he spoke out. Well, if you can expect to make a solid profit, it won't be a problem. However, if they want them in bulk that much, I'm sure they'll bite. Even if you raise the price a little, raise the price as much as you can and sell. I understand. Then I will contact the slave trader immediately, so I will be leaving now. Once Marbas has finished checking the details, he bows to Elba and prepares to leave the room. However, Elba called out to him from behind. Wait, what is the name of the trading company that wants to buy the goods in one go? Unfortunately, the trading company wishes to remain anonymous, so I can't give you all the details. In the slave trade in Basto, it is a rule that the trading company does not necessarily have to give its name. Elba again turned his head down, holding his mouth with his hand. Then he looked up after a short pause to think about something. It would be either the Empire or Renute, considering that they can buy and transport that many slaves in. However, both countries ban slaves. In that context, the information that someone has been purchasing slaves in large quantities may be useful in the future. We should verify this information along with the sales. I am in complete agreement with you. I will make sure to confirm this point as well. Now, my brother, I must take my leave. Melbus replied without any hesitation, bowed to Elba, and left the room this time. Shortly after he left the room, Rafa, who was sitting on the sofa, stretched lazily and then slowly stood up. Brother Elba, I will now be taking my leave. Rafa bowed after finishing speaking to Elba and then left the room. Elba didn't seem particularly bothered by this. Rafa was grinning and smiling pleasantly as she left the room. Chapter 185. That day, a boy and a girl were training in martial arts at the training ground of the Grandok family in Forna, the capital of the Fox tribe. The sound of dry wood crashing together and the voices of boys and girls could be heard all around. The girl, with her short, black bob hair flying, attacks the boy using her staff, but the boy, with a smile on his face, continued to lightly repel her with the wooden sword in his hand. Citri, you're exerting yourself a little too much, he said. Try to relax a little more. Ammon-sama, you need to slow down a little. Citri replied to her brother Ammon with tears in her eyes and a resentful look on her face. However, Ammon spoke some gentle words of advice to her. No way. Strength is everything for the beastmen. If you don't train and become strong now, you will be in trouble. That's why I, as elder brother, am being harsh on you right now, okay? Nisama's messing around with me. They continued training for a while, exchanging such words. For every tribe of beastmen, strength is important. This is no different in the bloodline of the tribe's head. Therefore, Ammon taught Citri martial arts. Originally, it was his father Galen who was in charge of this sort of thing, but when Galen trained with Citri for the first time, Citri's timid character led him to conclude that she was not talented enough. Because of this, Citri's position in the house is low, and she is not treated as kindly as her other siblings. Ammon was deeply upset that his sister was treated in such a way, and took care of her voluntarily. Citri knows this, and although she sometimes swears with her words during training, in her own way she is always desperately trying to challenge Ammon. Okay, I think it's time for a short break. Ha, ha, yes, Nisama. When they stopped training, Rick, who is also the steward of the Grand family, spoke to Ammon. Ammon-sama, I apologize for disturbing you in the middle of your training. Lady Rafa would like to speak with you in her room. Sister? I understand. Tell her I was in training and will be in her room as soon as I get myself ready. Yes, sir. Rick nodded at Ammon's words, bowed, and left. Ammon looked back at Citri and smiled. Well, Citri, I think that's enough for today. You're doing better than before. Really? Thank you, Nisama. Citri's face broke into a smile and she hugged Ammon. Ammon gently patted her back and kept on praising her. After that, Ammon went to his room to get himself cleaned up, and then he strode over to Rafa's room. Sister, may I come in? Ammon? Oh, that reminds me. I called for you. You may come in. Excuse me. As soon as he entered the room, Ammon blushed and hurriedly turned his back to Rafa. Oh, sister, I always tell you that even if we are siblings, we should not show our naked bodies to each other so easily. Why are you always naked when I visit you? Oh, it's because Ammon's reaction is so amusing and innocent. Rafa smiles at Ammon's reaction and changes her clothes. When he heard the sound of cloth rubbing, Ammon let out a sigh of relief and dismay. Sister, please don't make fun of me so much. More importantly, how can I serve you? You are so boring. I was going to tell you about the slaves that you were so worried about. The slaves? Ammon's eyebrows twitched when he heard those words. Finally, So, has a certain company come in to negotiate with you and say they want to buy in bulk? Ammon replies to Rafa over his back with a hint of implication. She looked pleased to hear the unanticipated words and happily spoke up. Hey, you already knew that. Oh, you can look at me now, Ammon. Ammon looked back reassured at the words he heard and gave a stern look. I didn't know about it. However, there was information that a certain company in Bast was thinking of buying slaves in bulk. When I looked into it, I was surprised to find out that it was a fairly large company with a backing. Rafa smiled more and more happily at Ammon, who had information that even Elba and Melbus did not know. Good, you're entertaining me today. I wonder if you've stopped opposing the sale of slaves now that you have that information? In response to her question, Ammon muttered bitterly with a grim expression on his face. You are right. The children who will be sold as slaves this time will probably go to a place where the trading company is behind them. In due time, they may be able to build a good relationship with the lords behind the trading company through this case. You are using the slaves as bait to build a relationship with the lords behind the trading company, aren't you? That's an interesting plan, Ammon. I'll take a moment to think a little better of you, and I'll keep my brothers in the dark about this, so you can keep entertaining me in the future. Ammon nodded with an exasperated look on his face as Rafa smiled broadly. I understand. After that, Ammon, who had a chat with Rafa, left her room. He went straight back to his room, sat down at his desk, and pulled out a letter from a desk drawer. It contained information gathered in Bast by those who supported Ammon's vision. Ammon opened the letter, read through the important information, and murmured in silence. The Christie Company, and the people behind it seem to be the nobility of the empire. Now, I wonder if this will work out. End of Volume 4.